Good morning, good morning. Morning. Can you all cycle, please? We need to start. So I guess that we need to be finding our seats where we will be comfortable. Those that just arrived, you missed coffee a little bit. But I guess that you can grab a cup of coffee when we have started. We're not going to wait for you. Maybe just wait for us to start, and then you can grab your cup of coffee so that you can focus. I know that there are people who can't do much without a cup of coffee. Let me just welcome all of you and say good morning to all of you. I hope you are fine this morning. I will look at the faces and I will be able to see who is not fine. So if you're not fine, I'll be able to see in your face, and then we'll make a plan how to make you fine. Let me welcome you to this session, the Sustainability Reporting Roundtable Conference. Obviously, it's the first one that we are having at CIPC with all of the stakeholders that are here today. I must say that it's groundbreaking because it's something that is new for most of us, but it's something that we must learn to grapple with as we improve governance generally, but also as we try and get to a stage where the governance standards are actually mandatory or are standardized for all of us. But I'm not going to say much this morning. My name is Lungile Tukwana. I'm the Chief Strategy Executive at CIPC. I will be facilitating the session today. But I must say that I have a co-presenter whom I will be with. I will be with Belinda. Maybe Belinda, let them see you so that they can know. This is the most intelligent person because it's the one that will be engaging you, I think, on the panels that we'll actually be having today. So as you can see, we're going to be having quite a few sessions in terms of the program. I think the segment number 1 will be dealing mainly with the presentations that are the first ones that we're going to be having this morning. Segment number 2 will be after the tea break. After the tea break, we're now delving into the real stuff around the regulatory proposition, value propositions, and all of the other things that are relevant to what we'll be talking about. But we'll also look at the stakeholder imperatives that we think we should be looking at, because all of the sessions that we should be having, one of the important aspects is the issue of the stakeholder, because the stakeholder remain one of the main important aspects that we'll be having. The third one will be dealing with the issues on the various perspectives that will shape the discussion that we have. Obviously, some of us have a lot of experience already on this, and we'll be listening to them and learning from those experiences that they actually have. And let me welcome all of you. I think that there are government regulators that are here, there's private sector, generally the market as we would call it, and we appreciate your being here today. You are very much welcome. I think there are accountants, there are everybody who love numbers and all of those things that we actually have. As I said, my name is Lungile Tukwana. I'll be starting with the session today. Let me not waste much time and call the Commissioner of CIPC, Advocate Dorifola, who's going to give us the plenary speech so that we can be able to continue with the business of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lungile, for that. Firstly, it's really a delight to see you all. Some old colleagues that I haven't seen in a while. You know, this hybrid telecommuting, we've stopped meeting and engaging in person, but I think that the nature of what we're trying to do as far as ESG is concerned and multitude of other projects requires us to meet in person. I know we do have some online, and we welcome those as well, but I think the nature of it means that we need to find our way through this, right? One thing that this is not, okay, and maybe I should clarify it from the start. This is not a CIPC event, right? We are just taking a bit of a coordinating role in order for us to find our way through from a South African perspective, right? So we thought that my team, when we got together, we tried to brainstorm as to who we should get into the room in order for us to find our position as a jurisdiction. And therefore, that is all you, right? And those online, because you are the thought leaders, whether in the private sector when it comes to matters of reporting, we'll get to sustainability at a certain point, or whether you are a regulator that requires reporting to be done in order for us to achieve compliance goals. So the fact that we have what we believe are the best minds in the South African environment when it comes to such matters speaks volumes to the fact that we hope we have a proper 2 days of engagement. This is not going to be us as CIPC. We're just putting it together, right? Because I think that based on the discussion that I've had with a multitude of role players in this particular area, one aspect that's clearly lacking is a centralized coordination of where we are going to as a country. And that is the purpose of the next 2 days. So we hope that all of you engage fully, and we hope that all of you, at the end of 2 days, we all, not only you, but all of us have a clear understanding of what the next role is and what the next way forward is regarding where we're going to with this. I've got a very big problem. Sometimes I go off script. Please forgive me. I talk so much in so many events. My team has said, please, Commissioner, stay on script, so they've prepared a whole lot of notes for me here, because otherwise I can just go on and on and on about it. So we all know that we have the launching of the ISP standards in June this year, and therefore we have the endorsement of the standards by OSCO. That is given. I think all of those in the room clearly understand that now. But then there was a call by the FSCA, probably about a month and a half to 2 months ago, to basically say, where are we going with this? And we believe that CIPC is doing something as far as this landscape is concerned. So we call them a little bit, well, they call a bit of a meeting. There was FSCA, JSE, CIPC, and others. So we had to appraise ourselves as to what is the potential impact of this development on us. So we also contemplated what is the journey we need to embark on to adopt and implement these sustainability standards, and that we need to regulate them. And we had to assess the change management interventions. Most importantly, I think our discussions must deal with that, right? On a very constructive way. I think a lot of us in certain private sector institutions and public sector institutions, we need to find this balance, right? I think most importantly, that is what we want to achieve after these 2 days. So, and the outcomes of such reporting in terms of being tangible and not burdensome is certainly one of those areas that we need to hard and fast deal with the rules around that. So we're cognizant of the prevalent reporting regime in South Africa, in integrated reporting, as we all know, and we look at the interplay between what's happening in King. I see Ansi's here. Welcome. Her and I had a brief discussion yesterday about it as well. Some of us are members of King. And how do we bring all of those aspects into the fray, right? We look at the JSE's sustainability disclosure guidelines. We look at social and ethics committee reporting. And we need to look at what the Companies Act envisage when we're dealing with all of these matters. So as regulators and enablers of the ISB standard, this could certainly impact on our corporate landscape, and therefore we need to leverage off the standard, but also we need to look at how do we improve and enhance accountability and transparency in our jurisdiction. And we all know that that certainly is lacking. When you read every single day the multitude of scandals that we're having in terms of the corporate landscape, we know that the regulation is certainly needs to be enhanced when it comes to some of these matters. So since we've adopted and implemented XBRL, I think many of you are very familiar with that. We adopted it in 2018 as part of our financial reporting tool. We at the CIPC have received over 70,000 unique filings. We're proud of that fact. When we look at the numbers across various other jurisdictions, we see that we're one of the upper reporting jurisdictions as far as XBRL is concerned. I'm a member of XBRL International Board, and we try and look at what is the impact that is having on various jurisdictions throughout the world. So We looked at state-owned and public companies that have reported fully, private companies, the majority, closed corporations to a lesser extent, and therefore we try and see how best we can try and improve on that particular reporting tool and how best we can improve those numbers. Even though we are quite pleased with the numbers, when we first envisioned and scoped it out many, many years ago now, we thought we'll get about 100,000 unique filings, but off the mark now 70% of it, but it continues to grow in that particular area. And therefore, on an annual basis, we revise our taxonomy and we look at how best we can bring in the latest in terms of reporting. The fact that we've received no many, it does demonstrate that so there's a significant good coverage on various types of companies that are eligible to file. And if we adopt the envisaged ISP sustainability disclosure taxonomy, which is due to be published in the first half of 2024, I think it closed today in terms of comments. I know I've got a message from the XBRL board early this morning. We have to look at aspects about mandation, but what do we mandate, right? I think that's vitally important, and I think this will try and shape our taxonomy landscape over the next 2 days, because I know many of you in this room have very strong views regarding that particular aspect, mandation versus voluntary, but also what part of the standards shall we look at in terms of applicable to our jurisdiction. So I'm looking forward to those. The fact that we've had all of this in terms of expert filing, it ties up quite well with S1 standard, which requires sustainability reports to be published at the same time with the financial reports, and we look at that in more discussion as we go forward. Some of you might know that I'm also taking on the role of the multitude of other roles that I have, but I've also taken on the role of the chairperson of XBRL South Africa. And part of our focus now in terms of the horizon is called standardized business reporting, all right? XBRL is just one aspect of reporting, right? We need to look at standardization across the board, but we also need to look at the fact that, and this is clearly also an indication of where we are as an XBRL jurisdiction, is that we need to look at other regulators coming into the fray. All right, FSCA needs to be brought on board, because when we envisaged XBRL all those years ago, when we scoped it out, we said it's a South African issue, right? Standardized reporting is a South African issue across various regulators and across the private sector. And then we took the role to try and bring it in. But when we sold it to, it was an extremely expensive exercise, if you should know that. It's extremely expensive. But the way that we sold it to our then minister and to cabinet when he went forward to put it there, is that we looked at it as part of how we improve as a reporting nation, right? As financial reporting and governance nation. But we have to have other regulators coming into the fray and having their own XBRL programs. It's 5 years down the line now. We don't have Saab, who was at the time there and said, we will do an XBRL program, goes up, it goes down. FSCA, same thing, goes up, goes down. And if you look at what happened all those years ago, it actually started off with the South African Reserve, South African Revenue Service. They were the ones envisaged standardized reporting, but it never went anywhere. And you speak to SARS about it now. I don't know if anybody is from SARS here, but if you speak to SARS now, it's not even on part of their project landscape. It's just crazy stuff. So we need to understand that this is far more than us as just CIPC taking on sustainability reporting and governance reporting and standardized reporting. It must go across various areas and various organizations, whether it's private or the public sector. So we need to shape it. We need to shape how we continue to grow the IFRS taxonomy. We need to see how we deal with sustainability disclosure taxonomy, and amongst other things, what we call extensions, right? And how we extend those to make it more meaningful and to look at improved compliance, right? So XBRL therefore serves an opportune capability to implement S1 and S2 efficiently. Without XBRL, the ISSB digital taxonomy would be of no value to South Africa. How would we implement it? Okay? Wouldn't be able to be done. So we have to look at how do we thrive on those opportunities that we currently have for data collection, and also how do we share that particular data in the corporate reporting ecosystem of the country. So in the context of S2, the Presidential Climate Commission has been at the forefront of climate-related policies. And if you just look at it in the last couple of weeks, what has been happening regarding that. Once again, the XBRL capability will serve as a good data source for the PCC to track the nationally determined contribution in terms of the country's decarbonization objectives and targets. So there's good alignment between S2 and the PCC's data needs. There's a clear correlation between what is required as far as that is concerned. In March last year, as well, the National Treasury published the South African Green Finance Taxonomy, I'm sure all of you know that, for environmentally sustainable economic activities as part of South Africa's sustainable finance initiatives. So this also serves as a good catalogue for scoping the green finance landscape within the country and to support regulatory and supervisory oversight of the financial sector. And this is amongst other things that we need to achieve in that particular area. When we look at the FRSC, Financial Reporting Standards Council, and I'm glad to have the chairman here today, Prof. Len Kona, which is a statutory body under the department for which we belong, Trade, Industry and Competition, is also key in shaping how we approach the journey ahead of us. So there will be a lot of engagement in that area, a lot of engagement with the Standing Advisory Committee on Company Law, and in order for us to find this unique balance that we're all striving to achieve, right? So we'll be deliberating further with them and with the delegates from the IFRS Foundation later this year, and input from this conference is vital for us to shape that discussion. I think we're having a discussion with them in November, towards the end of November, as put together by the department. So the department is eagerly waiting what we come up in the next 2 days, because as I said, that will be part of what we will be discussing in November regarding what we will as a jurisdiction want to comply with and what we want to do. So at the ISP standards launch in June, I also alluded to the role of Regulation 43 in terms of the Social Ethics Committee reporting. I stated that as a country, we were quite forward-looking, right? The Social Ethics Committee was quite groundbreaking when it was introduced all those years ago now. All right, I was part of the drafting team, and we were quite shocked when it was thrown into the fray in Parliament, and we had no idea what we were going to do about it, but we eventually came up with something called the Social Ethics Committee. But if you look at what we put in there, it was quite forward-thinking, because some of the sustainability issues that are coming to the fray now globally is what is contained within Regulation 43. Not all of it, but there's certain parts of it that are certainly forward-looking when it comes to what we try to achieve in that particular area of regulating how a company is able to deal with communities, how it's able to deal with the climate, how it's able to deal with the environment, and how it's able to deal with its ethical obligations. So we're at that point now of converging all of it and bringing it together. The ISP standards, in light of what I alluded to earlier, are to a large extent a good baseline for us to centralize who the various government departments have been in doing response to the environmentally changing environment and also into the macro context. So it's vitally important that we look at this, because it's a fragmented effort within government, a fragmented effort when it comes to how we deal with it in various regulators, but also when it comes to the private sector, there's no clear way forward as to how we're going to deal with it within South Africa. So some of the key emphasis is that while the focus seems to be largely on climate-related matters, we should not lose sight of the economic impact and social impact of the journey that we are about to embark on. We have to strike a good balance, all right? That's something that I said in the beginning, between the ease of doing business and investment destination of choice. We have to look at the cost. We do understand that. As a regulator, we don't play, I for one, don't play hard and fast rule to say we will regulate this and we will do this and we will do that. We need to look at the overall picture, right? And that's the reason why I thought we should bring a fine balance between private sector interests and public sector interests, and us to find that line of convergence where we can find our way through it, right? We need to look at effort and speed of doing business, which is vitally important for the work that I do. So our regulatory requirements and interventions manifested through the contemplated adoption of the ISP standard should not impede on the free market trade, but rather complement it and support it. So just take your mindset of the fact that I'm going to be a hard and fast regulator when it comes to these matters. I'm attuned and I'm alive to the fact that we need to find this, right? We need to look at the market conditions and we need to understand it. I'm not going to stand here and suddenly throw this out, especially when it comes to issues about mandation, right? I'm not going to play that role. We're going to find our way through, because this is a South African issue, as I keep stating and reiterating. So at the end of the day, what is largely important for us is to formulate a sound and feasible South Africa Inc. response. That is vitally important, okay? And therefore, we have a lot of work to do in this room and trying to find our way through it. So a value proposition which integrates the need to remain globally competent and relevant, while protecting our domestic competitive advantage and maintaining an enabling environment that attracts capital investments and facilitates healthy capital flows. We are alive to that. We're just not a government institution that looks at exactly what is required to be regulated, but we look at the entire environment over there. So over the next 2 days, we will delve deeper into the various components that affect how we approach the contemplated sustainability reporting regime. We'll look at the impact and the burning issues, most importantly impact, I think so. And we'll look at a multi-regulated taxonomy in order for us to deal with that. And we need to bring together all the various moving parts in order for us to have a centralized repository we all can draw from and where we can all regulate and find data from. So I conclude these remarks now. We're also by making a call for nominations for interested individuals and organizations that would like to join the working groups that will be tasked with turning the sustainability reporting regime into a program that can be unbundled into projects to assist with operationalizing the program across the corporate reporting ecosystem in both government and industry. For those of you who are interested in seeing how the proposed sustainability disclosure taxonomy looks like and how it fits into what we are trying to achieve and how you can be part of the technical working group and as well as the software service provider panel, please do join us if you have the time. I know it's only Wednesday, but on Friday we're also having a DTIC meeting on the campus at 9 o'clock, dealing with various partners on a technical level. So you can send your teams over, speak to Joey and the team for more information. And if you can't make it, maybe you would like to share it with parts of your teams. You're more than welcome to join us at 9 o'clock on Friday morning. So thank you all once again for availing yourselves for the vitally important discussion. Let's make the most of the next 2 days, and I'll leave you with the last part. We are playing the coordinating role. It's all our responsibility to get to where we want to do as a jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that. I think that was a very good laying of the ground for some. We may have mentioned that. One of the most important things will be the creating what I would call a sustainable universe. Because I think that as responsible companies, part of us is to make sure that we have to have a sustainable universe as we go along. But also I think when we talk about this reporting, part of it is creating the necessary capacity for reporting, whether it's in the form of training and other various things. So it means that there's a lot of work that will have to follow, as we will hear in the presentations that are going to come through. But I think the aspect that I like the most is how do we then simplify this kind of reporting? Because I think that you must not create a burden on companies to such an extent that it becomes difficult to report and it consumes more time. You need to simplify it to the extent that it should be seamless. When you report, you should be reporting, but it should not take an extra effort for you to be able to do that, because some of the information is already there. It's a question of how you basically consolidate that information and put it in the system. So that aspect of ease of doing business is one of the most important parts, that at the end of the day, there must be the ease of doing business, whilst to make sure that we deal with the governance issues that are related to these important reporting aspects that we'll be talking about today. What I forgot to mention earlier is that this session is not only physical, it's also virtual. There are some of the participants that will be joining us virtually, so we must be conscious of that. But also I've been informed by the team that is doing the videos that we must limit the movement from this side to this side. If we want to do it, we must do it behind the camera so that we can be able to have an environment that is good for the videos. People are taking the videos. Okay, thank you. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to call the next presenter, which is the keynote address by Dr. Ndidi Noli Idozin, who is the ISSB member. I'm not sure if he's joining us physically or virtually. Are you here, Dr. Ndidi? All right, it's virtual. It's good that I mentioned it before. Welcome, Dr. Ndidi. The floor is all yours.
Good morning. Normally, I think one starts by thanking the organizers. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you, Sipsi, for the invitation. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I will be at the next one, I promise. And I also want to thank the organizers behind the scenes, our technical team, who have worked very hard to prime me to begin right on time. Congratulations on this forum, and I'm really glad that South Africa is taking the lead here in terms of implementing digital reporting and convening this Sustainability Roundtable. I was asked to really go back to the beginning, so I'm just going to project some slides. I hope you can see them. And I will use these essentially to take you back to where we started. I understand there's going to be no Q&A today. Normally, that's my favorite part of the forum. And so, but it does, the good news is it does give me a little bit more time to walk through what we're going through. So just in terms of a background of the ISSB generally, it is under the same roof as the International Accounting Standards Board, which you're already familiar with. And so XBRL is going to be used not just for the accounting standards, but also for the sustainability standards. Taking you back to COP26, reminder that the ISSB is quite young, and a reminder also that we're all learning together. We were initiated at COP26. Shortly after that, the board was set up. You probably already know, and this is key, and I'll mention Jingdong in particular, because he's done a lot of work on the African continent in terms of initiating local currency bonds. And this reminds us as well of the fact that why are we engaging in sustainability reporting and why is digital taxonomy so important? Because we are, just like the previous speaker said, trying to reduce the cost and the burden of reporting. And digital reporting is very important in that regard. Why is sustainability reporting important? Because the investors are increasingly looking at sustainability-related and climate-related risks with a view to ensuring that this information is available to investors to direct capital flows. We're a board of 14 members, very diverse. Next big step for us was COP27, where we announced the partnership framework to support capacity building. And again, the previous speaker and our commissioner has indicated that capacity building and learning and technical support will be very important in terms of moving forward on this journey. Great news here is that the same COP27, Nigeria's Financial Reporting Council was announced as the first mover in terms of its intent to adopt the standards, followed very shortly by 3 additional African nations, Ghana, Zimbabwe, and Kenya, who have also indicated their intent to adopt. And we're working very closely and very excited about the fact that South Africa is looking at this so intently. What's very important about these standards is that they are built with proportionality at their core. So in other words, they apply not just for the larger entities, the listed entities that you know, but they are built in with proportionality requirements that allow for smaller entities to, for example, report qualitatively. And then as they become more sophisticated and they enhance their skills, resources, and capabilities to report, that they can begin to report more and disclose more quantitatively. Very importantly is that the standards are built in order to be delivered digitally from the first instance. And there, your leadership is so important. And I'm so grateful also to SIPC for its willingness to work with other African countries to essentially share its own best practices and its experience in this regard. So we're looking to you as a leader, as an entity that has been implementing since 2016 and before. And so your experience will be very valuable to everybody else. What's also important is that the standards are IOSCO endorsed. So on July the 25th, after the standards were launched on June the 26th, they were endorsed by IOSCO, and that takes us further along on our intention to be, on the one hand, decision useful, provide decision useful information on sustainability related disclosures to enable investors make decisions. And secondly, again, this very important element of cost effectiveness to ensure that companies can communicate globally, comparably, and transparently, but also in a cost-effective manner so that the undue cost and burden of reporting is alleviated. And of course, digital reporting is very important in this regard. S1, just at a very high level, is built so that there is consistency and connections between the financial statements and the sustainability disclosures. It builds on the TCFD recommendations, which I'll speak to very briefly, and it's gap agnostic. Ultimately, the sustainability disclosures should be published at the same time as the financial statements. Initially, it will be with transitional relief, but that's the intention, so that essentially it's more effective for investors to use. S2 is the second standard that we've published. Very important there is transition planning. The objective is really to build climate resilience. So again, building very strongly on the TCFD recommendations to ensure that the disclosures and the process of creating these disclosures actually helps businesses achieve resilience, better able to manage physical risks and transition risks, as well as take advantage of climate-related opportunities, for example, in terms of new technology. What's important about these standards is that they will require mandatory disclosure of Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. So in other words, it actually encourages business to have a better understanding of their business models and also understand much better the risks associated with their value chains and supply chains. Now, this is something that you're already quite familiar with in terms of integrated reporting, so you're in a very good position to start. Our pathway to issuing S1 and S2 is we took extensive input from consultative feedback. We specifically got 1,400 comment letters that helped us to shape S1 and S2, and a number of you in the room made significant contributions to that regard, and it's part of the reason why also proportionality is such an important measure in these standards. Indeed, they were launched on the 26th of June, the week of the 26th of June, and specifically in South Africa on the 29th of June. Your own Commissioner Rory was one of the people on that stage speaking very strongly to the fact that you would be adopting S1 and S2 and start the digital reporting in that regard. The objective is, as I mentioned, to ensure that the financial statements and the sustainability disclosures converge so that investors and other capital markets participants have important information that they require to make investment decisions. And again, digital reporting is a very important part of this journey. The fact that IOSCO endorsed these standards gives a high level of comfort, especially on the African continent, where, for example, with the accounting standards, we did not reinvent the wheel. We simply adopted these standards. And so having IOSCO's endorsement, and we must remember that IOSCO has only ever endorsed one set of standards, and that's the accounting standards of the IFRS Foundation. Now they've also adopted and endorsed the sustainability standards of the IFRS Foundation, taking us a significant step towards reducing and ending the alphabet soup of voluntary initiatives to create one common, efficient reporting system that we refer to as a truly global baseline. This baseline is really important, but it also has additional building blocks approach built into it, so that, for instance, the ISSB standards can interplay with jurisdictional standards, or, for example, other multi-stakeholder standards like GRI, or indeed standards like the European sustainability standards, which I know are very important to South Africa because they're an important trade partner. So the way the ISSB is built through its building block approach and also leveraging digital reporting and XBRL in particular, is that it makes it easier because you're really referencing one set of standards. Very important to note is that integrated reporting, the SASB industry metrics, the CDSP, and the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures have all been consolidated under the IFRS Foundation roof. So in other words, rationalizing investor-focused standards is well on the way. We were very pleased that shortly after we launched the IFRS sustainability standards in June, on July the 10th, the Financial Stability Board essentially handed over to us TCFD to continue to sustain and manage and maintain those four pillars and everything that is related to the TCFD framework, and that these are being built into these standards. Likewise, we're working very closely with the integrated reporting communities to ensure that there is also a bridge and that integrated reporting actually helps us to move towards that global comprehensive corporate reporting system. The SASB standards in particular, which are the industry metrics that are built into S2 and are referred to in S1, the general requirements and sustainability, also serve as a proportionality measure so that if you're new to sustainability reporting, you can actually pick up your industry standard and find easily the material metrics that are important to your industry to begin to report on. As mentioned, the TCFD structure goes through the 4 key pillars. Governance, which you've already referred to, the speakers before me have referred to. Strategy, because it's very important to mainstream sustainability-related risks and opportunities in the company strategy. Risk management, because of course that is very key to investors, and we're looking specifically at assessing, prioritizing, and monitoring sustainability-related risks and opportunities. And lastly, of course, metrics and targets so that we can measure the company's performance in this regard. I've spoken already about IFRS S1, and really that it asks for the disclosure of material information related to sustainability-related risks and opportunities. IFRS S1 serves as the IAS 1 or IAS 8 of the sustainability metrics in particular. It borrows from the integrated reporting framework, and it speaks about the fact that the company's ability to deliver financial value to investors is inextricably linked to the stakeholders whom it serves and works with, the society and the economy in which it operates, and the natural resources upon which it draws. You will find all through S1 that we have built very strongly on concepts of the integrated reporting framework, and in fact we encourage users of the integrated reporting framework to continue to work with the integrated reporting framework. And in fact, the South African IRC has recently published a paper to explain exactly how you can use S1 and S2 together with the integrated reporting framework, which I'm sure you will find very useful. In terms of our definition of materiality, it's exactly the same as the definition of materiality in the accounting statements. So enough information is material if omitting, misstating, or obscuring this information could reasonably be expected to influence investor decisions. All through the IFRS sustainability standards, you will find that there is a lot of familiarity in language for the accountants. What's very important to us is to language so that really adopting and beginning to assess sustainability related risk is made easier for companies. Specifically, we're also developing extensive guidance and referencing extensive guidance so that as you are disclosing your sustainability related risks, you can refer to existing material that you're already familiar with or new material like the ESRS that is being evolved in order to enhance your sustainability reporting. Very, very important is that the sustainability related disclosures are intended to help to identify those risks and opportunities that can reasonably be expected to affect a company's prospects. So looking specifically at its cash flows, its access to finance, and its costs of capital in the short, medium, and long term. Jumping along quickly to the climate-related disclosures, which I know you're specifically focusing on in this forum. Again, it's about material information about climate-related risks and opportunities, and specifically referring to industry-specific disclosures which draw on the SASB standards. Again, as I mentioned, is a proportionality measure, especially for those who are new to this. The objective is also to get to the point where we can quickly identify anticipated current and future financial effects of climate-related risks and opportunities, and also to help investors evaluate the ability of a company to adapt its planning, its business model, and its operations to the climate-related risks and opportunities. As I mentioned, Scope 3 will be mandatory, which also means that you're looking at the risks and opportunities in your value chain. There is transitional relief on Scope 3 because we realize it's more difficult than Scope 1 and Scope 2, but ultimately we will all get there. So At the high level, the key disclosures in S2 are strategy and decision-making of the business, the current and anticipated financial effects. It's focused on achieving climate resilience. And in terms of metrics and targets, the industry-based disclosures actually help you identify initially for your industry what the material metrics and targets are, including scope 1 to 3 greenhouse gas emissions and other climate-related targets. The whole point is to get to the point where we're building stronger resilience of a company's business model and strategy to climate-related risks, changes, developments, and uncertainties. Scope 1, 2, 3 I mentioned already, so I don't need to belabor that again. Again, in this area, there's a lot of educational material that is being developed to essentially help those who are first disclosing their greenhouse gases to become better, more proficient. There's a lot of information that will be released at the ISSB Knowledge Hub at COP28. And in addition to that, there are also certified programs that are being developed by the ISSB that will also be launched and made available. Very important in terms of proportionality is the fact that we have built into that, and again, shamelessly borrowed from the accounting standards, the use of reasonable and supportable information available without undue cost or effort. For accountants in the room, that will be language that is familiar to you and that we are leveraging to ensure that this is proportional and can apply to smaller companies as well as larger entities where clearly skills, capabilities, and resources are more available. Our understanding and our proposal is that as entities become more proficient in sustainability reporting, they will upgrade and upskill their capabilities and also their resources. And we will significantly provide educational material, and we are already providing within this. We've also significantly applied transitional reliefs throughout and we can have another session on exactly what reliefs are available so that the local regulators in the jurisdictions can actually apply these transitional reliefs to ensure that the cost and burden of reporting on entities is reduced. So generally, in terms of the storyline so far, the ISSB has issued its standards. The first comprehensive standards are S1 and S2, focused on general sustainability, and S2 on climate specifically. IOSCO has endorsed these standards and has recommended adoption. And of course, you already know that the accounting standards are applied in 140 jurisdictions, and IOSCO has 130 countries, securities exchange commissions that are participants in IOSCO. And it was a very detailed process getting all of these entities to endorse the ISSB standards. The audit standard setters are already getting involved. So IAASB has already issued its request for comments to make sure that we can actually assure these standards. I think the deadline for that is December the 1st. We're already in dialogue with many jurisdictions across the world who are engaging in order to adopt the standards, some with consultations and others simply adopting the standards as they are. A number of jurisdictions across Africa have already appointed adoption readiness working groups and steering committees made up of the different regulators in country to ensure that there is alignment across the different regulators, across the different industries in order to enhance this common language. In terms of voluntary adoption of market participants, I was particularly proud that when the ISSB standards were launched in Nigeria, it was in fact a South African company on the floor of the exchange announced that they would be voluntarily adopting the standards. So that makes a South African company actually the first in Africa to have voluntarily indicated they will be adopting the standards. At a high level, the standards deliver, on the one hand, for investors, access to more consistent, comparable, verifiable, and comprehensive disclosures. You will hear people say, well, why are we focused on financial materiality primarily? Because that's the request that we got. It was investors that reached out to us and indicated that they want to have a truly global baseline so that standards can be more consistent, comparable, verifiable, and assurable and comprehensive. so that sustainability-related and climate-related risks and other sustainability-related risks can be taken into cognizance in making investor decisions and directing capital flows. Specifically for companies, what we're anticipating is that there will be, for example, specifically also access to capital. Are not built to be a box-ticking exercise. They're actually built really get a deep understanding of the business model and how the business model of the company and the strategy of the company related risks and how it can better, for example, climate resilience to strengthen the business model and the business prospects over time, enhancing its cash flows and also securing access to affordable capital. For financial markets, what we anticipate is improved transparency about sustainability-related risks, especially because it's then one common language, comparable and consistent reports and entities across different financial sustainability. I'd like to close on why digital reporting is so important, and I think this is the bulk of what you'll be speaking about in the room. You have subject matter experts in the room that are much more digital reporting will improve capital market efficiency and transparency. Again, it focuses on investors, companies, and also others, for example, regulators, in terms of being able to reduce the search costs for information and enhance information processing efficiency and increasing availability and accessibility of data. And data is a major challenge on the African continent, probably less so in South Africa, but I can definitely tell you across many countries that the access to data, and in fact, even the data that feeds into models, because estimations are going to be a very important part, at least in the early stages for sustainability reporting. And getting those estimations to have less variances and to be more concise is going to be very important. And with that, the data that feeds into the algorithms and the models that are used to build estimations is absolutely critical. So digital reporting really facilitates the use of digital means to extract, compare, and analyze that information and makes the reporting machine readable, which we think is also going to be very, very important in assisting regulators in their oversight activities and also facilitate the real-time use of information, which also, again, fosters innovation in companies and allows them, because that information is more accessible to investors, to increase their access to capital and also reduce the firm's cost of capital. What we also believe is that this is going to reduce the need to submit disclosures, varying disclosures or similar disclosures to multiple organizations. Just to close out, the ISSB taxonomy, which is in development at the moment. We just closed the request for information yesterday, so your conference is very timely. And I'm very excited that South Africa has also made submissions in this regard, which will be very useful to us. And the idea is really for investors to consume sustainability-related financial information digitally for all the reasons that I mentioned before. Regulators will require the digital reporting of sustainability-related financial information, and the ISSB taxonomy is designed to ensure that as disclosures on IFRS S1 and S2 begin, these can be done digitally from day one. And then finally, preparers obviously will need to learn and upgrade in order to implement the digital reporting taxonomy, and also to do that and enable tagging without undue cost. Lastly, to close, as you can see, the digital taxonomy is very important in terms of what we're doing going forward. So in other words, to support the implementation of IFRS S1 and S2, the digital taxonomy is key. Awareness raising and capacity building. I already spoke about the ISSB Knowledge Hub, which will be launched at COP28 or slightly before. And we're also working very closely on regulatory adoption and voluntary application. And we're particularly excited to be working with South Africa in this regard very keen about the meeting we have scheduled later in the year with DTIC and a number of you in the room to continue and commence on these discussions and understand where your pain points are and how we can support you. I know that there's been some concern about the SASB standards because they're new and they were developed in the US. We've just finished again, we're in the process of the commentary for the SASB internationalization, so that really that terminology is now global terminology and is designed as a proportionality measure so that those who are new to sustainability reporting can pick up their standards and understand what are the material indicators, metrics and targets that are likely to be important and relevant and material in their industry. So hopefully that serves as significant guidance. We're also developing educational materials for nature and social aspects of climate-related risks and opportunities, which I know are particularly important to the African continent and particularly important to the smaller entities that are most hard hit by sustainability and climate-related risks and opportunity. We will continue to work on the connections between the sustainability-related disclosures and the financial statements in order to create a seamless connection between the two, and as well the interoperability with jurisdictional and voluntary initiatives. You already have access to a lot of our website materials, but I would ask you to really take a strong look again, because the ISSB Knowledge Hub will go live and it will provide more information over time to support you on this journey. We're here for you. I'm the Africa representative on the board of the International Sustainability Standards Board, so I'm here to serve you. I'm in and out of South Africa several times towards the end of the year, always happy to engage, sit in a roundtable, do one-on-one in-person meetings. I know we have a specific session also scheduled with DTIC and SIPC and FRC and FISCA going forward. And again, you know, we've worked very closely in sparring sessions with the JSE, which I know is also one of the entities listed in this forum. And we're very grateful to the feedback from all of you, because it's only with your feedback that we can continue to expand and enhance and develop further these standards. Going forward, what we also concluded on the 1st of September are the agenda priorities consultation. So we have 4 projects on the table, focused on 1, biodiversity, 2, human capital, and of course that involves DEI, which I know is very important in South Africa, human rights specifically, and a 4th project called integration in reporting, where we're working on the one hand on connectivity between the financial statements and the sustainability related disclosures, but also further building on the integrated reporting framework and integrated thinking, which you have led the world on, because we think that this significantly enhances S1 and S2 and our ability to create this truly global baseline of sustainability reporting and climate reporting and future reporting standards that will be developed. Let me close by thanking you very much for having me here today. It's been an honor. Again, I'm sorry that I'm not there in person. I hope that I will be there at the next meeting. I plan to be there. I intend to be there in person so that I can also engage with you one-on-one. Thank you very much for your attention and for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Ndidi. That was quite an informative presentation in terms of where we are and what is happening in relation to this standard. So I think you have given also us the basis for further engagements in the panels in terms of what should be done and how should we approach this whole issue of sustainability reporting. I think with time we are doing quite well. I'm impressed with you. And myself, not that I did any presentation, but I think we are on track. We're doing quite well. The next presentation will be done by Tanya Wembley from the JSE. The discussion there will be around the sustainability and climate change disclosure cost-benefit analysis. So we are going to have that presentation now. I just forgot to mention that on that presentation by Dr. Ndidi, I think I liked the second last slide of that, because it just zoomed into some of the things that she had presented before, and presented a nice context of that. Maybe that presentation all of us should have, as I think that will be provided by the team for all of us to be able to refer to. It's quite a good presentation. So JSE, Tanya Wembley, you are the next one to present. The floor is yours, ma'am. Yeah, I can see you are here. Thank you. I was going to check if you are also virtual.
Thanks. I see you've got the presentation on. Do I just sort of raise a finger? Okay, gonna get didn't need to go to gym this morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a bit worried about the fact that we're on time, and I hope I can stick to it. My job is to try and condense an hour presentation into 30 minutes, so you'll bear with me. So this is a piece of work that we started late last year, and a big thanks and partnered with the IFC, the International Finance Corporation. They were our partners that helped put together the JSE guide. And really what we wanted to do in anticipation of the moving landscape is to try and establish the sort of cost versus benefit that would ensue in terms of implementing sustainability standards. Very important as a regulator to weigh these up. At the time that we started this project, the IWSB standards were very much advanced, but not yet issued, and so our focus is on the JSE guide. And I think that's a very important information and consideration to keep in mind as I go through the information. So the first part was, sorry. So the first part is just to understand how we went about this project, and cost-benefit analysis in terms of this space has been very limited, and it's sort of anticipation of where you think things are going. So we'd partners with Genesis, and the methodology that they applied is they did 20 detailed interviews across a range of stakeholders. You'll see the biggest block there being the red. Those are reporting companies, either directly or through advisors to the reporting companies. We had service providers. The light green, the 25%, is investors. The blue is certain other key stakeholders, as well as some regulators and also rating agents. So really to try and get a holistic view, both from a preparer's perspective as well as from an investor perspective in terms of potential benefits. Most importantly as well, the little graph on the right shows that of the 6 interviews that covered essentially 8 reporting companies, given the nature of the journey that most reporting companies are on, these were large reporters. And you'll see a bit later, I'll talk about the blocks that Genesis put the reporters in, but you'll see that the bulk of them essentially are what we would regard as advanced reporters, so very advanced reporters from a sustainability perspective, and others established reporters. So it's information that these people are already along on their journey. In terms of the process then, and the brief through then from Genesis was, if we're to try and guide people and to assist people to implement the JSE guide, what are the steps that they'd have to take? And so they looked at the steps. In terms of those 4 steps, and as I say, what Genesis then did is said, right, let's now put people into buckets. So lots of buckets going on. So the next slide, thank you, was to say, let's now see where someone is on their journey. And so the words speak for themselves. The beginner, someone very much at the beginner of the road, and their journey to the advanced reporter in terms of those that are quite detailed and advanced in their reporting. And you'll remember that I said that we've largely, or the data and the discussions that we've had, have largely been around advanced reporters, established reporters, because they're the guys that have the systems in place. So, for example, a beginner is really someone who hasn't really had any sustainability, climate change. There's no one's been asking that information, versus, as I say, many of the advanced reporters who are already probably producing quite a lot of sustainability-related information. And so the question is then, what are the steps that they have to take to then apply the JSE guide? If you go to the next slide, you'll see that this then breaks it down to say, right, your beginner has no framework, never reported anything, never done any data collection, to, for example, the established reporter has maybe been reporting 4 to 7 years. They maybe have, sort of maybe a bit of sophistication or a lot more sophistication in their data collection methods. And so there's this architect where a company can come along and say, well, am I a beginner? Am I a budding reporter? Am I established or advanced? From that, next slide, there is then this analysis which says, right, what has to be done by each of these reporters in each of these buckets? And the green being what has to be done. Naturally, a beginner has to start with everything. Your budding reporter is also going to have to do quite a bit. Your established reporter, for example, the suggestion there in orange is they would only have to make minor framework updates. They might have to customize some of their data management system to link into the particular metrics that are in the JSE guide, minor reporting updates, and then the verification on the side, given that that was all optional, is then in red. So from that, they were then able to say, right, let's have a look at the costs of each of these particular steps. So what are the steps and what are the costs that go into building that framework, collecting the data, preparing the report? And as I say, these were through detailed discussions that they had with these 20 individuals, and you can see a large focus on the reporters, and many of them are sitting in this room today. Thank you for your assistance in giving this sort of information. So this gave us, as I say, a cost, once-off costs, as well as annual costs. And so the study looks and sort of says, well, over a 2-year period, what would the costs be per year, given that there are some certain establishment costs that would then not necessarily report in subsequent years. Next slide, please. Oh, wow. Sorry, we're quite a bit behind. Next one. Sorry, so this was the suite of costs that I was talking about in terms of the various frameworks. And thank you, you can stop here. So this then details in terms of how, let's now say, well, we know what the costs are in terms of setting up a framework. We know what the costs are from a data collection, a report production, and now it's a matter of mapping it to say, okay, we know if you had nothing, you're going to have to start from afresh in terms of the sustainability framework. So you can see it's quite a method or a mechanical sort of way of trying to establish what the sort of costs would be. And so where the research landed would be to say, for example, at a minimum, someone who's never done any of this before is going to incur an annual cost of 1.2 million, and that would be to hire one mid-level manager. If they're going to be a bit more sophisticated in it, they might have a mid-level manager as well as an analyst. And that's where then the variation comes between 1.2 million, for example, the minimum, and the 5.1 million for the beginner. Similarly, for example, in data collection, at a very minimum, they might buy an off-the-shelf data management tool with sort of an annual subscription coming through. They're going to be buying some external purchases, external data, at the minimum 1.1 million, versus at a maximum, they might start customizing that tool setup, and then the ongoing management of those tools. In terms of report production, you'll see the suggestion there is there's no additional cost because you've already got your staff member who's going to be doing this reporting, versus a maximum cost of up to 2 million to the extent that you're going to enlist the assistance of an external consultant to then help draft that report. And that's then how the figures sort of played out importantly, excluding assurance, that for a beginner, someone starting off from afresh, the suggestion is it'll cost them anything from 2.3 million to 10.1 million in terms of per year, over the first 2 years, in order to set up their systems to report in line with the JSE guide. You'll see the budding reporter follows then the same process. Maximum costs are the same, minimum costs starting at 1.4 million, and that's really because there the expectation is you really actually have some sort of staff that's doing some reporting. And so you go through, you'll see then the established reporter and the advanced reporters, there's the expectation that there are not going to be any new employees. My understanding is some of these advanced reporters, never mind having, I think, the 2 or 3 that we refer to here, I mean, they have massive departments that really do the sustainability reporting. So it's not a matter then of having to hire extra people. It's really about just trying to update their framework to say, well, we were reporting against an alphabet soup of frameworks. How do we then move it across to the JSE guide? And so you'll see the suggestion there is then for an advanced reporter to move from the current reporting along to the JSE guide. Probably is going to cost them in the range of about 800,000. And as I say, the discussions were certainly with the advanced and the established reporters. Just to unpack a little bit more, next slide. So in terms of a summary of this, very important is in their discussion that Genesis had with each of these interviews, they didn't go into the detail of every single data point, how much it costs, what are you producing, what you aren't, the complexity of the project, the complexity of each business. So there are some gaps in this research, and it's important to understand those. That, as I say, it doesn't necessarily go into detailed Scope 3 emissions yet. It was broadly these, if you're reporting the JSE guide has some mandatory reporting. The JSE guide has some voluntary metrics. So it really is a broad stroke, as opposed to a very, as I say, very explicit detail, this particular metrics, that particular metrics. And so therefore Genesis indicates here that data collection costs are assessed at a high level in terms of this study rather than a metrics, and so more research would need to be done in that regard. So this really just summarizes what I spoke up in the previous slide, most importantly highlighting that essentially our beginners are going to face the largest upfront costs, as one would expect, in terms of prioritizing their sustainability, establishing the framework, starting to collect the data, putting in place systems, etc. They are likely to start with simpler frameworks, simpler metrics, also probably and fewer metrics because of their business. And the expectation is then that will reduce the costs to these figures than necessarily our advanced reporters who probably have exposure to a lot more data and metrics. You'll see there that the last sort of point on the slide, which you can see, is in reality that the suggestion is that the costs for companies are likely to be greater than those presented above because of the significant costs of measuring particular metrics and implementing particular policies and procedures has not necessarily been built into the study. Next slide, please. And so I just wanted to focus a little bit in terms of this data collection management sort of overview and the impact on it. So first of all, from a process perspective, the Genesis interviews indicated that first is it's going to be a matter of having a look to identify the sorts of data gaps that exist, then building internal capacity in terms of collecting this data, being able to present the data, and then thirdly in terms of actually the ongoing data management. Most importantly, some of the main insights that they had from the interviews is that the comment that the data collection is considered to be the greatest challenge for companies embarking on this journey. Most companies seem to be, these are advanced reporters, most companies seem to be using Excel spreadsheets at this stage in terms of collecting their data, and I know the auditors in the room's ears are probably ringing, Excel spreadsheets. There are a couple of customized products, but that is still new and developing. And also critically, the hardest type of data to collect is the value chain data from suppliers. So in terms of those Scope 3, going down the value chain and trying to get that information, the suggestion is that they've actually had to try and get information from platforms. In other cases, companies need to pay third-party providers, such as Sustainalytics, for value chain information. So obviously, to the extent that we have immature data systems in our country, that is going to be an additional cost that's going to be incurred. Companies, they say, are increasingly being asked by investors for more complex data and supporting data for reported claims. And obviously then the importance of having very strong data collection systems. One of the comments from one of the interviews is, those are the two big surprises. First of all, you can't get the data, and then when you get the data, actually, you're not too sure you want to report on it from a quality perspective. So that is going to be our challenge in terms of it. And as I say, remembering that limitation in terms of this study. In terms of just once again pricing it, so there's employee time, there's the cost of data management systems. Sorry, next slide. Apologies, I forget that I'm not running it. So there's employee time, there's costs of data management systems, where an off-shelf tool is going to cost anything, $1.5 million to set up, and thereafter $1 million ongoing maintenance costs. There's obviously training you would expect, and then importantly, those external data costs. In terms of, for example, anything of up to $250,000 for a carbon footprint assessment, anything up for, $400,000 for certifications, etc. And a lot of these data and tools, as I understand it, are often we are relying on external parties. When I say external, I mean outside of South Africa. So obviously, rand-dollar exchange rates are not very helpful coming into that. So once again, the summary of the cost salary they're assuming has already been covered, and you can see there the data management setup tools, etc., all the way through. And most importantly, that the data is only as good as what you've put in it in terms of an accuracy. Next slide, please. In terms of, so when they did the research for us, Genesis did look to see what other cost-benefit analysis reports had been done in other jurisdictions. They did manage to pick up some information from the EU as well as from the US. And so some comments and useful information on this data aspect. So the EFRAG, so the European side, the cost-benefit analysis, they noted that the costs of data collection and management will differ by the type of company. So those costs are greater for those essentially whose products affect biodiversity, GHG emissions. They're going to require a lot more inputs. And also then the type of data that needs to be collected, depending on the framework and the materiality, really noting that these GHG emission data is going to be the costliest. And similarly then in the US, when they put out their proposals, which we know are not yet adopted, except it seems maybe in California, a similar cost-benefit analysis of disclosure activities by corporate issuers estimates that it's probably going to cost, on average, about $257,000 per annum for data collection. By my sums, that's about $4 million per year in terms of doing data collection just for climate. So the main takeaways that Genesis has then put together is for our advanced and established reporters is that the Scope 3 emission data will be the most difficult for these companies to collect. In terms of some feedback, there's only about 25% of the top emitters in South Africa are currently did not report their Scope 3 emissions. And so you can understand the complexity. If I'm relying on someone who is a top emitter for my data, it's going to be difficult for me to get it. And that our beginners and budding reporters will incur substantial costs during their data and management collection phases. Next slide, please. So this slide you've seen before. This is the main cost. So we're looking at our maximum 10 million for our budding reporters, advanced reporters 800,000 without assurance. So let's have a look at the assurance side of things. Next slide. So in terms of pricing the assurance, essentially three aspects to it. So there's, and in terms of the interviews, they have interviewed both, as I say, companies, plus, once again, some of the audit firms in the room to try and gather these assurance costs. So third-party assurance or verification, there would either be large companies spending anything at the moment from $500,000 to 1.2 on limited assurance, and up to 5 million on reasonable assurance. The non-auditors in the room, reasonable assurance is like our normal audit report for financial information, so that's going to cost about an extra 5 million. For smaller, less sophisticated businesses, anything from 100,000 to 2 million for independent assurance. And then there is also that consideration of verification where you just get someone to then confirm a particular data point, and that could be costing anything from 300,000 to 600,000. One interviewer noted the costs incurred by a company have changed throughout their journey. And essentially, they said they started off costing them about 500,000 4 years ago, and now we're sitting at about 5 million costs. Interestingly, from an EFRAG perspective, their estimations are that assurance is going to cost for a sustainability limited assurance will cost anything between 20 and 30% of what your current audit bill is for financial reporting, and 45 to 75% for reasonable assurance. And that first-time assurance is likely to be more costly. And most importantly, in terms of this as well, is that it's not just the physical cost of paying the assurance provider, but also the cost of the staff. The auditors are going to come in and want to spend time with the staff, make sure systems are set up. So in all of that, you might be thinking, my goodness, this woman said 10 million rand, surely she's veering away from assurance. I'm afraid that we can't. from my perspective, if we sit as a regulator. So in terms of the detailed cost-benefit analysis, you'll see I've spoken quite a lot and quite heavily about the costs. I'm going to touch a little bit in terms of the benefits. So certainly, in terms of the benefits of verification of assurance, there is enhanced trust and reputation for the reporters in terms of their sort of feedback to the market. So both in enhanced trust and credibility, as well as increased credibility and comparability. There is at least confirmation of the reliability of that information for decision-making, as well as an objective assessment in terms of the company's performance that ensured compliance with standards and regulations. So both from a company's perspective, putting out that information, their credibility, investors being able to rely on that information, and quite frankly, for anyone who wants to regulate in the space, to envisage that you can go down sustainability reporting without bringing in some level of assurance, I think is going to be quite a tricky ask. So the benefits there in terms of assurance are there, and I do think it is something that, despite the fact that the JSE guys said is voluntary, I'm not sure that it's something that one can veer away from. In terms of broadly speaking, next slide. Sorry, I really am not being very good at moving slides on. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this table tries to break down per each of them. You'll remember there were 4 steps I spoke about: developing the framework, collecting data, publishing the report, and then other miscellaneous costs. It tries to say, well, what is the benefit to the company for each of these steps? So, for example, data collection, if they get that right, there's going to be better sustainability management information, there'll be stakeholder buy-in and engagement, there'll be efficiency in reporting, and improved coordination and awareness. So you'll see that under each step, Genesis has engaged and said, well, what are the benefits for each of these steps? The blocks on the right are saying for the beginner and the budding reporter, they're going to get lots of benefit for this because they're starting with nothing, versus your established reporter moving to the JSE guide is probably doing quite a bit already. So in terms of the benefits that they would have moving to the JSE guide are less so. Next slide, please. I tried to then hone in, so with each of those points, as I say, I'm squeezing an hour presentation to 30 minutes, so each of these particular aspects, Genesis has a more detailed slide that they've gone through in terms of expanding on what those benefits are. I just wanted to pick up on one of the 4 or 5 benefits from a reporting perspective, because hopefully that helps us visualize the potential impact for investors. So this is focusing then on the potential benefit of drafting and published sustainability information. And that really is this potential for access to cheaper capital, as financial institutions and investors have already started offering these sorts of programs. For example, certainly in our market, we've seen interest rates that are linked to sustainability performance. So in addition to having a clear sustainability report, then that will then, as I say, give cheaper access to capital. One of the caveats, very importantly, that has been highlighted is that in terms of a survey conducted as part of their cost-benefit analysis in the States, the respondents were very polarized as to whether improved sustainability reporting was related to lower cost of capital. So there seems to be some correlation to how much money you spend on your climate-related disclosure and the lower cost of benefit. The jury is out as to whether it is actually going to translate into a lower cost of capital. Now, these are in developed markets, sophisticated markets, and we know in our market we have our own challenges. The second point from a reporting perspective is capacitating rating agents, providing them with standardized comparable information, and therefore reducing their costs for collecting data and verification, which would then hopefully translate through to benefits to investors. Next slide. So in terms of the conclusion about the benefits of reporting, very importantly, Genesis emphasizes, and I hope you probably, like me, were hoping, I got the figures of the cost, give us the figures of the benefits. So that was part of the disappointing part of this report when we got it. It wasn't there. So their conclusion is that the benefits of reporting are often intangible and hard to quantify. And that sustainability reporting offers various benefits that do extend beyond financial gains, such as enhanced credibility, improved stakeholder relationships, etc. However, these are difficult to quantify in monetary terms. Certainly from a business perspective, there's improved risk management, improved strategic decision, and this can help companies to mitigate their risks in terms of ESG, capitalize on emerging opportunities. As one would expect, and you could see from one of those previous tables, there's marginal benefits of additional reporting, additionally reporting metrics, etc., for our advanced reporters versus our new reporters are likely to have far greater benefits initially. And access to capital is a benefit that is dependent upon the expectation and interests of capital providers and is therefore likely to differ between companies of different sizes. So big companies that are attracting large institutional capital flows, one would envisage would receive greater benefit than smaller or mid-sized companies that do not necessarily attract large institutional capital flows. And so really they say the level of reporting will be likely dictated by the expectation of capital providers. So the red there to note the benefits of reporting are by their very nature very difficult to quantify, more difficult to quantify than costs, and will vary by company. Some involved access to new sustainability finance, and essentially Genesis has recommended, and you'll see I'll touch through some points, that further research needs to be done to try and determine and actually capture the benefits from listed companies going forward. Remembering that the research did look at 20 companies, big reporters who currently, in theory, are getting those benefits, but to actually quantify it, I guess, difficult to look from one period to the next. You'll be pleased to know I'm nearly on time here. So importantly, as part of this, and our brief to Genesis was, what are the costs and benefits of adopting the JSE guide? How can we help issuers? How can we move along in terms of actually trying to get implementation of it? In essence, they have highlighted 6 different areas of further research that can be done in terms of looking at the architect survey, the net costs or benefit to the economy, deeper data collection, cost benefits, sector analysis, certain sectors would be differently impacted, benefits quantification, and further studies on SMEs. Finally, in terms of, they've made recommendations of how one can assist to reduce the costs and enhance the benefits, and you'll see there's quite a large focus there on reducing data collection costs, training, machine-readable reports. So a number of interviewers mentioned that electronic reports should be machine-readable, as it would make it much easier for investors, rating agents, and other stakeholders to be able to extract that information. There is their suggestion, don't go assurance, because that's optional, that'll cost more, and really then in terms of enhancing the take-up, to communicate the benefits to executives. Did I do it? Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much, Tanya. You were exactly on time. We had to monitor it very closely because there was there was a possibility that you could go a little bit over. But thank you very much. I think the presentation assists us in understanding the costs and some of those benefits that we must appreciate. But obviously, one of the things that I thought was important, the issue about data, especially when you start reporting, you may not like the picture that you see. But at the end of the day, it actually serves as an impetus to improve in order to be able to report properly and gain confidence in what you are reporting. I think the most important thing is starting and making sure that you have something that can be your point of reference, and you can use that as a burning platform for you to make sure that you deal with the issues that are actually identified. I don't think that it's all negative. It's something that can assist the organization or your company to actually improve in terms of where it wants to go. Obviously, I think the quantification of the benefits, as you said, it's a difficult one, it's a tricky one. And I think that as we go along, some of those things will be able to work them out properly. But the cost of it, I think it's coming out quite clearly. What is it that we can be able to anticipate and be able to manage going forward? So I think that it was quite a great presentation, Tanya. We appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Colleagues, where we are now, we are a few minutes to tea break at 10:30. So I'm not going to delay you and say that we must wait for the next 3 minutes before we go to tea. I think we can go to tea now and make sure that we come back. We're supposed to come back by 11:15. Let's try and stick to 11:15. I'm just going to be generous and give you 2 more extra minutes for you to have your tea. So it's tea time. Thank you. The coffee break is over, guys. Can we all circle and start? It's good to see people that we haven't seen in a long time. I just saw that Astrid is here. Welcome, Astrid. And I just saw the DTI bosses are here. I'm seeing I think it's the acting DDG for, what is that thing called? For incentives. Yeah, you're welcome. I think I also saw CCRD as well. It's still called CCRD. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a new name for it. But I think that now we're going to the panels. Let me welcome all of you back. I hope that you had a nice break. We are now going to move to the panels. The first panel is going to be the first panel is the one that I had mentioned before, where we are dealing with the regulatory value proposition of sustainability reporting. It's going to be led by Belinda. I think that I'm going to give the floor to you so that you can be able to drive it. I was thinking that the panelists are going to come forward in order to be able to start the discussion. Thank you very much. Is it on? Maybe take this one.
Great, thank you.
Take this one. Thank you.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'd like to invite the panelists up onto the stage with me. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm really pleased to have this great honor to anchor this first panel, which is we're discussing the regulatory value proposition of sustainability reporting. And it's my pleasure to introduce my esteemed panel of speakers. Each of them has a wealth of knowledge and expertise that we are fortunate to have them share with us today. So, yes, I'd like to introduce you to Astrid Luden from the FSCA, to Desmond Ramabula from the DTIC, to Christian Henning from Prudential Authority, and to Kuma Zain from the CIPC. To kick off the panel, I would like to ask you, in your opinion, what is the business case for the value proposition for adopting the IFRS S1 and S2 reporting standards? Astrid, I'll kick off with you.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. I think, we heard this morning about the business case, or just the session just before this. Tanya presented a rather bleak picture of the business case for it. So I think we need to be very cognizant, obviously, about the costs of any kind of disclosure requirements. However, from a regulatory perspective, we obviously look at it slightly differently. The benefits of it are, and of adopting an international standard are, of course, the comparability, both locally for investors but also internationally. And comparability globally, I think, is going to be a big issue for global investors. So as the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, a part of our mandate, of course, is financial markets, and we regulate the whole value chain from retirement funds through to asset managers, collective investment schemes, and of course, the whole financial markets infrastructure that includes the exchanges and settlement and clearing, and then also part of the data repositories in the financial sector. So I think the real benefit here of these standards, of course, is comparability, is that the reliance that investors can play on it. And that is quite important in generating trust. I think Tanya referred to trust. That if we think about global investors investing into our market, the kind of reliance they can place on standards that are that are comparable, and then I suppose the question would be the kind of assurance that's associated with that. So I think that is the big value proposition for it. There are broader issues, I think, that we need to think about as a country around how do we deal with a transition, how do we deal with nudging companies in the right direction into adopting broader sustainability, integrating sustainability into their operations. So I think, from a global perspective, there are obviously lots of benefits there. The challenge, of course, is the cost and the approach one takes to rolling it out, whether one deals with this from a voluntary perspective, whether one introduces mandatory. If you go mandatory, who do you include? Our view is that it can't include only public companies. We need to look at it more broadly, for example, large private companies as well. So let me pause there.
Great.
And hand the mic to you.
Thanks. So Desmond, I'd like to pose a question to you. Could you summarize for us your regulatory role pertaining to the sustainability reporting that's coming out? What role would you be playing in your capacity as a regulator?
Okay, morning everybody. In fact, our role as a regulator is that we are the ones who administer the Companies Act. So normally the Companies Act has got various chapters under which we regulate, including registration, including financial reporting as one of them. So normally under financial reporting, we do have a financial reporting standard council, because we are the ones who are the standard setters, who are the ones who prescribe the financial reporting standards. So now under the financial reporting standards, we do have the Financial Reporting Standard Council, which our chairperson is also here. So in the Companies Act as it stands now has got a little bit of a challenge in that our Financial Reporting Standard Council is not, the mandate has not yet been adjusted to deal with non-financial reporting. The mandate of the Financial Reporting Standard Council is mainly based on financial reporting. So now there is still now a discussion that is going on as to whether if we have to adopt these ISSB standards, how do we fit in within the framework and the reporting mandate of the Financial Reporting Standard Council. So whether we expand the Financial Reporting Council as it is, or whether we set up another structure parallel to the Financial Reporting Standard Council, or whether we do integrate with other departments as government is one government and set up a structure that is made up of experts who are also assisting in financial reporting. So there is a lot that has to be done under financial reporting in order to make sure that we integrate this reporting. And the other thing is that we already have the social and ethics reporting framework that is already available. So we will also make sure, we also have to make sure that at least how do we integrate this sustainability within the frameworks that we already have. So it is something that has already started, but we are going at least to succeed at the end of the day to make sure that at least we have got reporting standards that are more compatible. And as one of the mandates of the Companies Act of the department is to to reduce regulatory burden, is to make sure that even the sustainability reporting is friendly when it comes to the regulatory burden of companies. That's all that I can say.
Thank you so much. Yes, very interesting, and it will be very amazing to be able to benchmark the different companies against each other on their sustainability reporting, because I think that reporting on sustainability has been quite haphazard over the past few years. Companies often change the metrics and there was no consistency. So these standards should bring along consistency and comparability. Christian, I'd like to hand that question over to you. What would your regulatory role be in relation to the new sustainability reporting that's coming out?
Thank you very much for the question, and thanks for the opportunity. Good morning, everybody. So I'm talking on behalf of the Prudential Authority. So maybe to answer the question, I'm just going to provide some context. So the Prudential Authority is obviously the prudential regulator for a large part of the financial sector, specifically banks, insurance companies, financial market infrastructures, and cooperative financial institutions. And our objective basically is to make sure that these entities reach this objective and aiming to meet it, is we have what we call a regulatory and supervisory framework. So the regulatory framework is basically setting the rules of the game and making sure entities play along those lines and color in sort of the sidelines. And then supervisory framework is about how do we conduct ourselves and how do we supervise these entities in making sure they actually adhere to those rules. Now, within the regulatory framework, historically, we always had sort of a three-pillar approach. So the first pillar is basically about calculating capital requirements. So making sure that there's an implicit good risk management behavior instilled in companies as we price risk through capital requirements. Secondly, as part of pillar 2, we make sure that companies do have good risk management and governance requirements, and that they sort of instill that within meeting their objectives and their business models and plans. But then very importantly, we have the third pillar, which talks about reporting. Now, reporting is basically divided into two parts. The first part is private reporting, so that is reporting requirements that is given privately to the Prudential Authority, and to make sure we can actually effectively execute our supervisory mandate and making sure companies, like I said, play along the rules. But secondly, very importantly, is the public disclosure frameworks that we're also responsible for, and creating public disclosure requirements to make sure that leadership of organizations are actually held accountable in terms of their strategy, in terms of the way they see their business going, and also how they run their business, and to make sure that they also, through that, remain financially sound, which is ultimately also one of our objectives. Now, to specifically draw the line to sustainability reporting, I guess historically, the focus has been around financial resilience and economic resilience without really looking at environmental or social aspects. But over the last 20 years, and especially the last 10 years, it becomes quite evident that you can't ignore economic resilience, and financial resilience won't be able to exist with environmental and social instability. So these three pillars are actually more interlinked as we historically thought. So sustainability reporting will go a long way in trying to identify those linkages and making sure that companies understand their long-term viability in the context of creating economic, environmental, and social stability. So why is it important to have sort of consistent frameworks? Well, in order to make sure that internationally we are able to actually play in a holistic financial market and attract international investments, it's quite important to have sort of a sort of single approach, or at least a good understanding of these different public disclosure requirements. So as the Prudential Authority, we also feed into international organizations such as the BCBS, the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, as well as the IIS, the International Association of Insurance Supervisors. And these organizations internationally set rules for sort of international banks and international insurance companies. So in order for us to play in that space, we also need to adhere to those sort of consistent principles. And these institutions have actually started to play a big role in trying to also define what sustainability reporting could mean within the context of banks and insurance companies. And essentially, they have also largely built their frameworks, or are building their frameworks on top of the TCFD, which is now obviously discontinued, but very much now on top of IFRS S1 and S2, which could create a global baseline for this consistency that we are looking for. So that, in essence, I think, is our story for now.
Great.
Not to take too much time.
Thank you. Very informative. Thank you, Christian. I'd like to hand over to Kuma and hear your response from the CIPC side.
Thanks, Belinda. Let me start with a disclaimer because it's supposed to be the commissioner who's sitting here, and it's in no way an indication of a succession plan. I have to make that quite very clear so that we don't have political problems back at the office. So great. And good morning also to all the delegates in the room today. Thank you for making the time to come and hear out what's going on in the broader landscape, the macro level of sustainability reporting, and also how do we localize what's going on globally within South Africa Inc., as the commissioner said. So we might, okay, I think this has a double-edged sword, Belinda, in the sense that CIPC, on the one hand, we were aiming to be a globally competitive regulator, world-class regulator, right? So it means obviously keeping abreast with global developments and aligning ourselves with those developments, but more importantly, not leaving the domestic aspect of it from a South African context. The commissioner alluded to that. The functions of the commission, on the one hand, require us to sample and review financial statements, right? To check if they're reliable and if they conform to, IFRS standards and the Companies Act. That's on the one side. So the implication of adopting IFRS S1 and S2, or let me just say the ISSB standards, would manifest themselves in various ways. We would, yes, maintain to some extent or attain to some extent global competitiveness or a competitive advantage. I think Tanya touched on that. Or reporters would have some form of global competitive advantage. However, in the local context, when we then review financial statements, obviously as to some extent, climate-related disclosures may impact and will impact the fair presentation, as it were, of financial statements. When we're sitting as a regulator, what would we be looking at in the context of sustainability reporting? One of the problems is that there's no pronouncement as yet as to where sustainability reports must be placed, part of financials or as a separate report. So in next year, we might have a set of financials and then wait for, or rather rely on another platform to extract the sustainability report to give some form of assurance on our side based on the review of financials as to whether those financials are reliable and they present fairly the state of affairs of the company. So in that sense, and I've not actually given you a value proposition, I've given you the problem. I'll come to the value proposition now. The problem then becomes, would we not suddenly become climate police, as it were? And I'm saying climate police in the sense that S2 seems to focus mostly on climate-related disclosures. So we don't want to start issuing compliance notices to companies saying, there's no narrative in your financials about climate-related disclosures, and perhaps it's not sufficient. That's not what we want to become. What we want to become is be an enabler and a supporting regulator to catalyze the benefit that Tanya was talking about that manifests itself in the regulatory climate. So that's I think that should be the focus for us as CIPC. If we adopt and implement, we must not lean towards just purely compliance. Compliance must actually be an enabling effort as opposed to one that applies punitive measures or administrative penalties, etc. So the part of the value proposition, we moved from, I think we're still there in the context of integrated reporting, looking at stewardship of natural capital, right? Yeah. And having that reported on in terms of integrated reporting. So S1, even though the similarities and it covers to a large extent that scope, we do, to a large extent, supposing that the Companies Act or regulations will be amended, we will have a proper handle on stewardship of those resources on which those charged with governance are entrusted with. That's the one part. And it gives us, to a large extent, a proper handle, as it were, on accountability of natural capital. Even though the climate-related aspects have to do with, I would say, give an example, if a company says they're decommissioning maybe a particular plant because it's not, leaning towards the green economy, as it were, the implication of that means in the subsequent financial year, they would have to have a discontinued operation line item that's affected by a climate-related risk, right? And they would have loans that are linked to maybe suspensive clauses which implicate the repayment terms or even the interest rate, whatever the case may be. So we might have an abuse of fair value measurement, we might have an abuse of impairments. So it puts us in a very difficult position as a regulator to now be able to pronounce on reliability of financials. But at the same time, it does give us a good handle, on the one hand, to have a firm grasp on accountability and enhanced transparency. So yeah, I would leave it at that from a value proposition perspective. The rest of the talks have multiple inroads, and I think we'll thresh that out later on in the day and perhaps tomorrow in the open discussion.
Yeah.
Thanks, Belinda.
Thank you, Kema. Astrid, I'd be interested to hear your opinion on how your regulatory role will support the sustainability reporting going forward.
Well, as I said earlier on, we are responsible for supervising the whole value chain, sort of financial markets value chain. And that starts, of course, with retirement funds and other institutional investors. Of course, on the insurance side, for example, and even in future on the retirement fund side, that is a shared responsibility with the Prudential Authority. But our focus is more on the integrity of the market and the reliance that investors, for example, can place on disclosures that are made. So, and also, I think, to encourage stewardship amongst institutional investors. So that is about accepting or recognizing a broader role in society and supporting sustainability in the economy and the society. So our role, for example, in Regulation 28, which I don't know if anybody in the audience knows what that is a regulation that's published that sets out what pension funds can invest in. There is a component there that allows ESG investment and in fact encourages it. So our role would be to then set out reporting requirements in terms of that, so that members, but also, I suppose, the broader public can understand. In the same way, we would do that for collective investment schemes, and asset managers. So that's, I suppose, our role. And then I think the other part is on the conduct side. So the Prudential Authority would look at the risk management. We would look at the broader governance issues from a conduct side in the financial sector. And then lastly, but as part of the financial market infrastructure and the reliance that investors can place on claims that are made, we regulate currently credit rating agencies. So, they evaluate instruments and publish ratings. We're looking at whether or not there's a need for an expanded scope around regulation of ratings, including, for example, ESG ratings. So that would be our role.
Thank you, Astrid. Yeah, I think we've got 5 minutes left of our panel. It's been a really, really interesting discussion. So I think to wrap up, maybe Desmond, could you share with us what you see the value proposition for adopting the IFRS S1 and S2 standards?
Okay, the value that we see is that normally when a company operates, companies must balance the interest of their stakeholders, interest of the communities in which they operate, and the natural resources that are drawn from the country in general. So that is what we see as overall as the role of the sustainability standards. But as I've already said, is one of our technical roles is that normally if there is a standard setting council, what we do is that we make sure that at least we follow the right due process, so that when there is a proposal, or when there is what we call when there is a sort of an adjustment to the standards, we are the ones who follow the correct due process to make sure that at least those standards are coordinated within the relevant stakeholders, so that at least when time comes, all the standards are well updated. So that is our technical role on that one. But as I've already mentioned, it's just to balance the interest of all these stakeholders, so that at least at the end of the day, there should be values for all the investors who invest in the country.
Thank you. Christian, would you like to respond on what you see that being the value proposition for the implementation of IFRS S1 and S2?
Thank you. Yeah, I should just mention that I think the implementation of those standards will come with a myriad of challenges. So I think, and cost being one of them. So I think it's not going to be an easy road or easy task. I think the main benefit is really to have consistency amongst a wide range of market participants. I think from our perspective, we sort of in control of the banks and insurance companies and financial market infrastructures and so forth. But those entities have a myriad of linkages to other parts of the financial system and the economy in general. So creating or sort of developing requirements for those entities would also require them to have reporting done by a wide range of other stakeholders that they are part of, whether it's their clients, their supply chains, and so forth. So the wider we could have sort of some sort of a consistency that makes practical sense in the South African context, I think the better overall for all entities in general.
Thank you. And Kima, can we finish off with you sharing the value proposition with us from the CIPC perspective?
Yeah, to echo my comments earlier on, in terms of Section 7, the Commission, basically the purpose of the Companies Act, include fostering an enabling environment that attracts capital, one, and then the aggregation of that capital is allocated to various companies. So in fostering an enabling environment, the standards to a large extent, as we said, may give South Africa that kind of competitive advantage in that it aligns with global best practices and avails the data that investors would ordinarily be interested in to make those financial decisions. So even though we have dually listed companies and even external companies at least, registered in South Africa, the data that we would avail to investors in the form of financial statements upon request, whether it's XBRL or some other form, would have that kind of data feeds that the investor is looking for. So from an adoption perspective, that may be the one value, and also because financial statements are not read as a standalone. If the sustainability reporting standards are adopted, we would have obviously a sustainability reporting or sustainability report, whether in XBRL or another form, to supplement those financials, which inform the allocation of capital, among other things. And because they're supposed to be reported at the same time with financial statements, it is an opportunity. I don't know, Dr. Len Connor will strangle me if I say that it would be an opportunity to have them part of financial statements. But yeah, we still have to talk about that. Thanks, Belinda.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you for a great panel, and thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Okay. Thank you, Belinda, and thanks to the panel. I think that slowly we are getting to the nuts and bolts of what kind of work should we expect to be done in preparation for this, to be rolled out or to be framed. But one of the things that is clear is that what we must try and leverage on is also the existing frameworks, so that it does not become costly or complicated to comply with any of those regulations that may actually come up in this particular process. Because I think that the cost of it should be as less as possible, but the effectiveness of compliance is the one that should speak volumes. And all of the regulatory authorities, I think, have a role to play. I think the commissioner said that it's the responsibility of all of us as we are sitting here to make sure that we come up with something that we can be able to use and the direction that we take at a later stage. So I'm not going to waste much time. Belinda did justice. We have 5 more minutes. I was trying to show Belinda the time limits, but she was not attracted to me. So that is why we are here. But thanks, Belinda. I think that were quite good. That presentation was good. That panel was good. I'm going to call again someone who has presented earlier. It's going to be Tanya. You are welcome to come again. This time we're looking at the issue of the JSC considerations for stakeholder engagement. Maybe let me give over to you. The last presentation was great, and we're looking forward to a better one even.
Thank you very much for the kind words, and I'll try and do better with the presentation part of things, trying to control 2 machines. And sorry, I'm talking to this part of the room because I noticed one of the previous presenters, when you do that, then the mic doesn't sound so good, so apologies if I'm ignoring everyone that side. So I just wanted to spend a little bit time, and thanks to Belinda, a little bit more time, so I don't have to gasp so quickly, to really talk about the need for further stakeholder engagement. And so just to put a bit of context, I've been kindly introduced as being from the JSC, but to sort of take that a step further. So I'm actually sit in the Issue Regulation Department, and we are the listing authority from the JSC side of things. And so the question you might ask is, well, why was the JSC doing research in the first place? And we actually did 2 bits of research, the one being the cost-benefit analysis that I shared with you, but the first part of the project was really Genesis had a look for us to see what the competitive landscape was in terms of what other stock exchanges were doing internationally, where their part was playing, where sort of sustainability disclosures or regulation was coming through. Was it at a national level? Was it at sort of a regulator level, etc.? And really the reason why we thought this was very important and critical is in terms of our obligation to act as a responsible listing authority. I think you probably would be deaf and blind if you weren't aware to a lot of noise in the market about concerns about cost of regulation and is regulation fit for purpose. And so we thought that it's very important to come equipped with this type of information. The sustainability journey is here, and we need to make sure that we plot it in the most appropriate way, what's fit for purpose from a South African capital market perspective. And I see the slides have jumped ahead of me already this time. So if I can then focus on, from this perspective then, to have a look and see that, so we've spoken about the cost-benefit analysis, and I've really just tried to pick out some of the points from that last page of the research, and really that report highlighted that there is a need for further research. First of all, from an architect survey perspective, so are these architects making sense? Is a person a beginner? Are they an advanced reporter? Where would our universe of listed companies fit? From that, one could also then roll it out further as a separate step. So, for example, if you take a step back, and from we've heard some very interesting points being made from the value proposition for other regulators, to have a look and see what would the cost to the economy be. So not just the listed space, but if we're looking at this economy-wide, what would the cost to the economy be to the extent that one rolls this sort of disclosure across, for argument's sake, all companies. So to really understand that net cost to then weigh up the benefits. Certainly the research, they flagged the need for deeper data collection costs and sector-specific complexities, and finally, and very importantly, the nuances of the unlisted SME space and how that plays into the sort of analysis that we did. Next slide. So from our perspective, we think that what would be very useful is to test that cost-benefit analysis, sorry to introduce acronyms so early, in terms of also verifying the costs for smaller companies, as I say, and to assess where various architects or type of companies fit in. And most importantly, to the true costs, moving from the JSE guide into the IWSB environment. Thank you. The JSE isn't the only one that has done this cost analysis, and the IWSB, when they launched their standards in June, they put out what they called an effects analysis report, and it's a very... Apparently I'm allowed to move a little bit. So there's an effects analysis report that they put out, which is a really useful and interesting piece of literature, if you're interested in reading it, and it tries to analyze the effects, the costs, the benefit. Some very interesting insights I thought that I would highlight is they indicate, and they're under no pretense, and I think that the same comment has been made on the stage, that implementation costs will be substantial. And they recognize that some companies in some jurisdictions will experience greater benefits or lower costs. They highlight there an SEC annual cost of the climate disclosure, they say will be at least 10 million per year. And once again, in terms of the leadership role that we've heard from the Commissioner in his opening remarks, being that digital reporting will be a costly investment. So our cost-benefit analysis hasn't considered that, so it'll be costly at the beginning, but might have a very longer-term efficiency benefit. They focus in terms of potential benefits for investors, and they do indicate there will be reduced costs for investors who do spend a lot of money in terms of external rating agency, data providers, and consultants. Kind of, I guess they really are trying to give us a balanced view, because they do say that actually there's no evidence to suggest that investors will stop spending this money. So I guess at least they've been transparent and open in all aspects. Next slide. So they do say as well that the imposition on disclosures, and this is very important coming through, they say the imposition of disclosures on only a portion of the market, that could generate complex and subtle investments for how and where companies raise capital. So if this imposition of disclosure were to land only in the listed space, does that mean people then flood to the unlisted space to raise capital? So this is the IWSB, the standard setter, raising these things. And that's why they emphasize that their standards can be applied to both public and to private companies. Next slide. There was an interesting study, and obviously this is a new and evolving space, but in that report, and I haven't included the reference, but once again, I'm sure the geeks will go and read all the detail. So there was a study that was done in 2022, which highlighted the contribution of private companies to climate change and the relevance of climate risks for them. In that same research, going on to focus on the practice of public companies selling their highly polluted assets to the private companies, and that risk and the unintended consequences in terms of where one potentially directs this disclosure. And so they close in saying, well, not close the report, but this particular study, saying these studies suggest that uneven disclosure regulation across jurisdictions and across public and private markets can distort capital allocation decisions, as well as the management of sustainability-related risks and opportunities. And we've heard from the Prudential Authority in terms of their importance in terms of managing these sorts of risks. Next slide. And so in terms of a state of readiness, we do think that it is important to have research to really assess the state of readiness of companies. That fits into understanding where in the architecture they sit, as well as ensuring that disclosure is targeted at the correct level. Now, my own view is that South Africa is behind in the journey of sustainability disclosures. Indeed, in her opening address did mention that integrated reporting will assist in that journey. But I do believe that our transition as it were, like any transition, is going to be more painful than other issuers or other jurisdictions, particularly those that currently apply TCFD, and we do know we have some reporters who apply that, as well as the SASB. It forms a far easier base for companies to move than our current integrated reporting framework, and I know we'll have some feedback from Lee in terms of that. So integrated reporting doesn't mean that you've got sustainability reporting. They are different. And so we will have a little bit of some more pain to go there. And so we want to make sure that we pitch where these disclosures are going to land at the right level. We don't want to set people up to fail. We don't want to make it so difficult to comply that people just don't comply, and that the regulators can't do anything about it as well. So we do think it is very important to do further research to make sure that we hit the right sweet spot. Next slide. Slide, yep. So companies are at a different stage in their reporting journey. Hopefully that architecture's indicated that for you. And they're going to need to build capacity and data and systems. Very importantly, regulators are going to have the capability and the ability to ensure compliance. And whilst some companies are already along this journey, from a regulator perspective, we're starting at a zero base. And once again, we need to make sure that the regulator is capacitated to be able to take this journey. Assurance, you'll see I've already made mention of assurance as an enforcement tool. That needs to come through. We need to have it, as well as to give credibility and trust for the figures to investors. We know that the auditing standards are going to be coming, and those are open for consultation. Finally, and most importantly, investors also need capacity building. Failing which there's going to be no benefit for them. It's all very well saying, investors, here's the data, go and get it. Do they know they can get it there? Can they understand it? Are they going to continue to pay the likes of data aggregators to interpret that information for them? So we need to make sure that all the parties in this journey, companies, regulators, the assurance providers, as well as investors, have time to capacitate themselves, and that means making sure that they're in a state of readiness. You're ahead of me now. Raise my hand. I don't know if it's trying to rush me along. We've spoken about the IWSB standards, and that's really what we're here to talk about. But I don't think that we should shy away from creating IWSB for South Africa. And I know everyone's gasping in this room. We want comparable standards. Absolutely, we want comparable standards. But the benefit of doing that is that we could give country-specific guidance on expectations. For example, Ndidi said they've got this wonderful tool about undue cost and effort, and apparently the accounting people all understand this. I don't know if any issuers have ever tried to get their auditors to agree that they're not going to produce something because there's undue cost and benefit. I think to get your assurance providers over that line without specific guidance is going to be difficult. And this is a part that a strong regulator could play in this regard to say, in our country, in our jurisdiction, we believe this data, this particular application, this disclosure would be undue cost and effort for this type of reporter. So I'm not saying go and produce other disclosures, but it's the manner in which these standards are applied that there's a lot of benefit that can come by a regulator playing an active part to help with this transition. And once again, research is needed to make sure that we get those correct levels. Is there a place for the JSE guides? I don't know. Two important points I want to raise in this is that embedded in S1, there is a focus in terms of a hierarchy. So S1 is general sustainability disclosures. What should you do? It says, first and foremost, go and look at SASB. I don't disagree with Ndidi that it helps give you a sense of where to look. Anyone who's tried to look at those American standards, find their industry, find their sector, see how easy they are to look at, good for you. I don't think it's easy standards. We're not familiar with them. You could also argue that there is a large focus on developed country applications, and I've seen it, for example, in MTN's disclosures. They are one of the issues who've looked at the SASB standards, and they ignore one part entirely, and they bring in a uniquely African and developed market side of things. So yes, we can tick box and say, well, just look at SASB because we need to, or we can do things that are appropriate. So what they've done is S1 has embedded the US standards, they've embedded the EU standards, who can ignore the EU, and they've embedded GRI. There's no reason why we can't embed South African standards. All that takes is a South African regulator to issue standards. The JSE guides, does it include relevant metrics in our environment? I'm not the expert. It went through a detailed consultation. If it does, a regulator could say these are more relevant guides and indicators in our jurisdiction, in our environment. So that is a potential part to play that the JSE guide could play, as well as the question is, are they more user-friendly, either as a standalone for small entities, are they a good entry point into sustainability disclosure? These are sorts of things we need to consider. Next slide. Most importantly, we are concerned about limiting the disclosures to one framework. Absolutely, IWSB global baseline makes a lot of sense. Indeed, he mentioned the fact that yes, we are a strong European trading partner. Those issuers in the room that are already now been asked to report under the EU requirements. What happens if you have to do your entire EU reporting and then an entire IWSB reporting? So we need to consider the cost implications and whether or not we need to have equivalence recognition of other huge recognized. I'm not trying to move here for US GAAP, IFRS, and 1,000 other jurisdictions, but we need to be mindful of it. Similarly, any future directives that come out of the SEC. And we know for a fact that both Japan and Australia, yes, they're going to be adopting IWSB, but not IWSB. It's going to be IWSB for Japan, IWSB for Australia. And we already live with that in the accounting world where people know there's Australian IFRS, there's European IFRS, etc. It's acceptable. It's not to say there are major deviations, but as a jurisdiction, we then have control over dealing with proportionality, dealing with our unique South African instances in terms of how it applies and who it applies to. And once again, we believe that more research needs to be done to make sure that we get that correct level. The next slide I just wanted to spend a little bit of time is what is the objective for sustainability disclosures? So absolutely from an investor perspective, the world is looking to have one consistent framework for investors. So instead of the 5 alphabet soups that you have, if you're reporting to investors, here it is, one particular disclosure, one particular standard. We've heard from the panel discussion beforehand in terms of other reasons why you might want to have sustainability disclosures. From a prudential authority perspective, they're worried about systemic risk. And the reason, I'll go through some of the others as well, the reason I want to flag this is we need to make sure that whatever sustainability disclosures we focus on, it doesn't just serve one objective, that it serves everyone's objectives. If we look from a policymaker perspective, there is that commitment that we have to reduce our emissions. How do we assist that regulator in fulfilling their objectives? We already have climate disclosures that have to go through to forestry and fishery for taxes. How do we align those disclosures? So if we're trying to make it a business user-friendly environment, there are benefits because I have to report my emissions to another regulator. Can we not align those so that people do it once? And that's where we talk about some of the benefits. If we can get the objectives and have a true understanding of the objectives of these disclosures that we want to bring through from a company perspective. Directors' fiduciary responsibilities. Once again, from a Companies Act perspective, looking and their obligations to look at risks and opportunities. Transparency, accountability, calling out people who've, sorry, excuse the slang, they messed things up. But so we shouldn't just go into disclosure for the sake of disclosure. Let's make sure we have an objective that aligns to as many regulators as possible. And I think we have a wonderful opportunity. We're starting off from a base to make sure we bring everyone together, make sure these are the disclosures that suit everyone's purpose. Now we can start seeing the benefit. Now we can see that benefit coming through. In terms of who should these disclosures apply to, so once again, the same message that I'm bringing through, we need to make sure they pitch the disclosures at the right level, weighing up the costs that will come to the benefits that will come to those particular companies. Very importantly, from an international perspective, and I think there's a lot of rich information that's out there. I didn't want to completely burden my presentation, but you'll see that the various jurisdictions are looking at indicators of market cap, turnover, gross assets and staff, or number of employees. And they're basing it either normally on 2 of those metrics to say, we're going to impose the sustainability disclosures to start with at big numbers to start with. Sometimes then moving down to smaller numbers. They're also potentially looking at sectors. So if your objective is climate emissions, let's tackle the big emitters first. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. And I do believe that our Companies Act PIE score needs a refresh. I think it's set too low if one is going to pick that. If we look internationally at what companies are doing. For example, I mean, the EU's got publications about this, Australia, the UK has gone through, and I picked up, apparently there was New Zealand as well as a matter of interest. Their disclosures are targeted at their top 60 companies, and actually only, I think, 12 of our companies even fit within that category on the listed space. So we need to make sure and do proper research to make sure that we target the high-level disclosures there. The IWSB pathway document, so the IWSB has been very active in capacity building and education, which is great. They've issued a pathway document that came out the same time as their OSCA endorsement and said, well, if we're going to help IOSCA with endorsement, where do we think this should be pitched? And they're very clear that the benefits, the biggest benefit, are for deep, large, liquid markets. So from a capital investment perspective, those are the parties that would see the most benefit. Once again, so we need local research and analysis. In terms of that rollout internationally, they first have targeted the large entities and then following up with medium-sized entities 2 or 3 years later. I've seen in the Australian consultation document, they're saying we'll consider in 3 years' time whether we're going to do medium-sized companies. Comply or explain. So that's an interesting one, and I think probably a long debate on its own. Certainly our research, our first research document that I referred to, the message we got loud and clear was comply and explain is a great route. It helps people journey, it helps the right people do it. The focus will be from investors who wants it, and investors not going to say, well, actually, I'm going to let you just explain your way out of this. The challenge with it is the inconsistency that comes, that you don't have the same metrics that are coming through. Nevertheless, we need to consider it. Is it a useful stepping stone? I've indicated as a country we are behind the journey on sustainability disclosures, and certainly we've seen the UK started their TCFD journey on that basis. So once again, it might be a useful stepping stone. In terms of implementation, I've spoken about gradual implementation to different entities, but also different aspects of the standards. Ndidi did a lot of my work earlier, you'll be pleased to know, so in the adoption guidance, they've spoken about their transitional reliefs. And they recognize that even deep, sophisticated markets need these transitional reliefs. So what, as a developing market, they apply even more to ourselves. So very importantly, the types of delayed implementation that the IWSB has spoken about, and I talk here about delayed implementation. Do we talk about delayed implementation or very long, i.e. maybe never implementation? That's a different debate. There's S1, delayed implementation. It's not just such an easy step. Transitional relief on the Scope 3 emissions. And this one is something that's very close to my heart from a listed company perspective, is relief to publish sustainability disclosures simultaneously with the annual financial statements. Companies that are not listed publish within 6 months. We've had, and correctly so, there is a desire of investors to get financial information quickly. A large part of our market, if not most of our market, does not publish their financial statements at the same time as they do the integrated report. And to do so, they're going to have to capacitate. We've just made current listing requirement changes to assist with this. It means they're going to have to double their finance department to get things out quickly. So once again, transitional relief, maybe even for smaller companies, permanent relief in terms of publishing the same time. To do that, you're not going to be able to comply or be able to claim compliance with IWSB unless you're claiming compliance with IWSB for South Africa. So as developed markets, we really should look to extend some of the periods of these reliefs, and we really need to determine the right landing place for this. That was it, not necessarily questions.
Okay, thank you, Tanya. I think that you did justice to time again. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. We are going to go to the next panel. I think that Tanya has put a lot on the table or on the plate for us to be able to consider in our own discussions. I'm going to have to ask us to go to the panel discussion number 2. Let me hand over to Belinda. I don't know if the panel members can come to the table or to the stage so that we can be able to move on that. Belinda, please be attracted to me this time. You'll be doing it? Who? Annalie. Okay, all right. Tanya, you will run with it? Okay, thank you. Tanya, the trick is that when you are doing this, you must look at me regularly. Okay.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I promise this is the last time you're officially going to hear from me, so you don't need to talk to me in the tea break. So thank you very much to our panelists. And we'd heard from the previous panel, the regulators talking about the value proposition from a regulator perspective, and very excited to have a panel to discuss from a capital market perspective. We're going to talk about the listed space twice from different perspectives, as well as then the unlisted space. Hopefully we'll manage time, and it seems that Annalie, my colleague from the JSC, you are on the left, you have the mic, and therefore you have the stage first.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much, Tanya, and to the SUBSI for this opportunity. Certainly from a capital markets perspective, I mean, first, biggest stakeholder, investors, we need to consider, their request and their need for standardized information. And we've heard this morning already from various speakers that investors are looking for consistent information and comparable information. And that information will then direct capital flows, and that's where the benefit would come for capital markets. We will be in a position to attract capital flows, specifically from institutional investors. Absent disclosure might result in foreign capital specifically drying up totally. So certainly, not only foreign, but local as well, but certainly from a foreign perspective, because they will have the disclosures internationally, and they can then make better investment decisions internationally. So it will put us, it will not align us with our international counterparts. So reporting is important, to stay aligned with international best practices. From a large local institution perspective, they're already feeling pressures, right? Indirectly from their commitment to principles of responsible investment, directly from their regulators. And we've heard this morning from the Prudential Authority, we've heard from the FSTA, that there's definitely a requirement for sustainability reporting. If we then look at our larger issuers, I mean, they're already reporting, right? But there's various frameworks in terms of which they report. Sometimes they report on a combination of frameworks, and investors, because investors are looking for consistent information and comparable information, it will definitely be beneficial for them to have a standardized framework. And they will have to spend less time giving various, pieces of information to investors. We've heard the big discussion earlier this morning about cost, but for the larger issues, because they're already reporting, the incremental cost to report on the standards should be fairly low for them. From a large emitters' perspective, they will have the benefit of managing their risks and having proper risk systems, and that could limit the litigation risk for them. And Tanya mentioned earlier the requirement from Europe, when you're doing business with Europe, to report. So certainly that will be a benefit from that perspective. I think what's important from a capital markets perspective is who's getting the benefit of the capital flow. And Tanya alluded to it earlier in her presentation, that not everybody will benefit at the same level. We need to do research, right? We just don't know where that cutoff is and who will benefit and who won't benefit. But it's important for us to do that research to establish and make sure that our framework for reporting is fit for purpose.
Thank you very much. Scott, I think you've had the inevitable task. So those of you that don't know, there is a very active body called the CFO Top Forum. We certainly get lots of regulatory benefit and they feed into a lot of our processes. They do have a sustainability subcommittee. And so Scott has graciously agreed to come and talk specifically without mandate from them. So I think you have that disclaimer. Anything you say and do is the views of yours alone and not of the CFO Forum. So with that introduction, I'll pass over to you.
Yeah, thank you for making that clear, Tanya. But having over a number of years worked with, a range of JSE listed companies from top 40 down to some of our smaller listed companies, I'll kind of give my 2 cents on the value proposition from their perspective. And I think what we've seen through everything that's been discussed up to now today has been, we are in a big state of flux in this space. So, the ISSB is very, very new. If you look at the pace that they have moved in bringing out S1 and S2 compared to previous IFRS accounting standards, it has been rapid. And Dr. Ndidi talked about the layered approach of standards following from that. We know that TCFD has been subsumed into the ISSB. But on the horizon, we just had the launch of TNFD. We have TIFD and SD in the inequality and social space. At the same time as the ISSB has put out its invitation for comment about their future agenda, which mentions biodiversity, nature, inequality, etc. So we have to ensure that cohesiveness continues globally, that we do not end up as fragmented as we are at the moment. We mentioned the alphabet soup that we have. And I think South Africa, both corporates, JSE-listed companies, the JSE itself, regulators have a role in trying to shape that global agenda in order that we get the value proposition we want. And I think it has to be said that, as was made earlier, the point that it has to touch the large non-listed space as well. We can't just say that because you're listed you have a requirement, and because you're not listed those requirements fall away. That creates all sorts of issues. So I think that has to be touched on there. I think, if we look at the JSE members, especially the kind of top 40, there's extensive sustainability capacity and expertise within a large number of those companies. So when standards change or there are new standards or new revisions, there is the possibility of getting to grips with it. It's never an easy task, but there's the potential to get there, especially if you want to use the help of outside consultants in certain areas too. But in the lower listed space, that's a challenge. We looked at some of the numbers, 10.1 million, etc. I mean, I was having a conversation with a JSE listed client, a smaller company, a few weeks ago, where their total budget for anything sustainability related, including salaries and reporting, is 5 million rand a year. So it's tough in that space, and I think we have to look at the opportunities for different types of transition, the opportunities for ISSB for South Africa without being so nuanced that it becomes totally different from the global version, to make sure that it fits into the space of those companies that, yes, are listed but are not, global size listed companies. And I think the value proposition for the JSE listed companies of really embracing ISSB and the way we're going in terms of sustainability reporting. It was mentioned the access to potentially lower cost finance. We know that in global markets, and South Africa is no different, that sustainability linked finance is becoming the norm. Companies that set out their stall with specific KPIs and meet them, whether it be on renewable energy or reduction of emissions or something in the social aspect, are seeing the benefits of that. I actually think what we're seeing now is it's become the norm so much that even if you are, say, renewing a loan facility or a rolling capital facility that was not sustainability linked, it now will be. That financial institutions will put pressure on you to do that. From an insurance perspective as well, it will help. We've seen that in insurance markets, and again global markets in South Africa starting to follow suit, high-emitting industries are finding it almost impossible to get any form of meaningful insurance capacity, which means you are taking all of that risk on your balance sheet. So companies who embrace ISSB from a reporting perspective, that filters down into their strategy and what they do on a day-to-day basis and forces them to really plan for the future. It will have a benefit from a financial viability perspective and thriving going forward.
Thank you very much, Scott. So I'm hearing from Annalie certainly a benefit from big companies. Scott, I'm hearing the same from a CFO forum perspective, and you've also then emphasized large emitters in terms of potentially benefit from that reporting. For the benefit of the accountants in the room, I must share a joke. You were talking about whether there was reduced cost of capital or not. So I did sit in about an hour discussion with a whole bunch of IFRS nerds trying to see if there was an embedded derivative, whether it was the risk or the sustainability that needed to be stripped out and accounted for. So there's lots of disclosure on climate and accounting as well. Shelley, thank you very much, our lone investor on the stage and in the unlisted space. So we're very much looking forward to hearing your views.
Thanks, Tanya. So I think good morning still, everybody, and thanks very much for the opportunity. So I think that private equity, and I work for the Southern African Private Equity and Venture Capital Association, so I don't cover the whole unlisted space, and maybe that's a good caveat to start off with. It's a very small subsector of it, but it's definitely looking at about over 200 billions worth of investment. And where we raise capital from the international and the local markets, and mostly institutional investors. So we do a survey annually, and last year it was about 51% international and 49% local. Locals tend to be the pension funds as well as the insurers, some corporates, fund of funds, and the international tend to be the UK and European development finance institutions. So private equity has quite a long history of trying to think about sustainability. But what do we actually do? So in a private equity context, you raise capital from these institutional investors into a fund, and we then invest it into the unlisted companies. So venture capital is the startup companies, much smaller, really the kind of new tech, like sexy stuff, and the private equity is much more sustainable businesses that have been much more mature. But also what falls into there is infrastructure investment. So typically that's what we're looking at. And I think it's useful when we think about that in terms of the way we surveyed it. 83% of our fund managers, their key performance criteria were linked to goals that went beyond financial metrics. So 81% of the respondents also said yes to investors increasing pressure on firms to give them more ESG data. The top aspects where the investor pressure was coming from, 92% was an increase in the reporting for ESG, 79% to measure the portfolio company's performance against specific ESG metrics. So really, when we looked at the policy themes from an ESG perspective, they wanted regular external reporting on ESG initiatives, adhering to global sustainability initiatives, as well as establishing corporate social responsibility governance structures. So the pressure is definitely coming down from our investors into these private equity funds. What we find, though, in a private equity context, all of that pressure actually comes in the form of your legal agreements. So the way a private equity fund works is it's a 10-year fund, and you invest in your company, and the idea is you build a better business, and then you look to sell it to return more to your investors in the fund. So essentially, how do you build a better business? Often that's linked to improving all the ESG factors. So what you're doing is when you're looking to invest in that business, you do quite a deep dive in terms of what the ESG of the underlying business that you're going to invest in, and then you put a plan in place to actually make it better. So what happens in the legal agreements in these are really all contractual, and they go pages and pages where the international DFIs will list a really huge amount of data that they need, how does it work, and that gets reported back to investors. It just never gets made public. So that doesn't really happen across the board. It really is driven by investors. So in my mind, a lot of these disclosures, it really does boil down to what are your investors need the information for, and what are they doing with that information. Just producing information for the sake of it doesn't necessarily help. And what we found when we've spoken to the fund managers that have employed people in the sustainability side to try and actually help these portfolio companies to actually provide the data, interrogate it, analyze it, and then actually trying to do, what do you do with that data? Because private equity often take a seat on the board in the portfolio company. So you have a big enough stake that you actually have active management. So the idea about having all this data is to say, okay, what are we going to do to improve the company? What are they emitting? How are we going to reduce that? And what are we going to do going forward? So I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that actually you need to be reporting, but also reporting improvements year on year to make sure that you're actually doing something that it results in actions. And what we found is that unless you have buy-in from your board, that actually is just a tick box exercise. So again, it's just going away from a tick box exercise to actually making sure it changes. But I do agree that actually it needs to be implemented in a way in the listed and unlisted space. It would be great to say it's only a listed issue, but you will most likely have perverse incentives in terms of the listing and the unlisted space. And I think the only other thing that I would say is that when you look at the SMEs, we need to be very, very careful. They're in almost a position that it's really difficult to add any additional reporting obligations on them without breaking something else from a returns perspective, a job creation, all the economic side that they face at the moment. It's a really difficult business position to operate in. So that proportionality and how you balance the cost benefit, I think is going to be really, really important to make sure you are targeting it at the correct level, that actually it changes people's behaviors or businesses' behaviors so that actually your outcomes are the ones you're looking for.
Thank you very much, Shelley. So I'm hearing quite a lot and very useful insights in terms of your process and the reporting pressures that are coming through, but that very clear message in terms of proportionality, that will be very important. In terms of proportionality, Anli, perhaps it might be opportune just to discuss about some of the work that from a listed space perspective that we've played in terms of looking at segmenting the market.
Yes, thank you, Tanya. I'm sure the floor would know that we've recently embarked on some research on market segmentation, and what we're trying to achieve with that is to sort of segment the market in terms of the top 20, 30, 40, maybe 50, maybe 100 companies, and have different disclosure levels, different regulatory levels for the different segmentations in the market. And I mean, we've just heard from Shirley that we need to pitch disclosure at the right level, and certainly that's why we've considered general regulation from a JSE perspective in terms of the different sizes of companies on the JSE. So we've embarked on this segment, this research, and we certainly got very valuable information back from companies, from sponsors, from investors, and we're busy working through that. But that's certainly one of the initiatives where, from a JSE perspective, we can certainly, require disclosure or more disclosure at a top segment compared to a lower segment in the market.
Scott, in all of this, we're talking about the need for consistency. We're looking to extract the benefits, recognizing there are costs, so we want to really emphasize the benefits that are coming through. Some of my conversations with some of our issuers has been in terms of the number of data points and the number of reports that have to be done, not just in terms of disclosure frameworks, but in terms of, as I say, the number of reports and the number of people that you have to report into. I know that you work as a consultant in that space, and I know I'm probably throwing you under the bus. I didn't give you that script beforehand. If you don't want to answer, I'll pass the baton, but perhaps you want to share some of the pain points and some of those discussions and how potentially getting digital reporting in IWSB that we can try and move the market along, that you just report once and not 1,000 times.
So I think some of my clients would find that highly beneficial. If you look at, say, a number of our mining companies listed on the JSE, a lot of them are dual listed, so there may be differences in requirements between what's required from a JSE perspective, then out of London and New York. They're worried that the New York commitments might change depending on the results of elections. If the Republicans get in, a lot of what's happened in the last few years will be repealed. We saw that before. Also, you have industry-specific memberships of organizations which require further submissions. Some of it has to be publicly reported as well. So you really can end up with quite a significant burden in terms of reporting. We've talked about that term burden this morning and trying to alleviate that. So I think anything, be it digitization or harmonization of frameworks, would be massively beneficial to listed companies of all sizes and industries, because just now, while there is efforts to harmonize, there's also this incremental adding on top as well, be it from an industry framework, or if you now are realizing that you have a strong trading relationship with Europe, that CSRD is becoming the case. India also released quite robust requirements as well from a sustainability reporting perspective recently. So there's a lot at play, a lot that the companies have to consider in any way to rationalize that from a tech perspective, for ease of actually submission and reporting, or from a rationalization and harmonization perspective, I think would be welcome across the board, yeah.
Shelley, in the unlisted space, do you think that by having a harmonized reporting that we're going to be able to move the investors, or do you think we've got a lot of work that they're still going to ask for more and more?
So in the unlisted space, you will never, well, we don't see investments being made just on the information that gets given. So there's quite significant due diligence that goes into any investment. So we'll take the financial statements, but you'll do financial due diligence, you'll do legal due diligence, ESG DD, and commercial DD. So the idea that actually you're going to do it on information that's presented, whether it's audited or not, is the starting point. So I think information is useful, but they're going to dig a lot deeper anyway because they need more information, and it takes quite a long time. The idea is that at least that information would have already been collected. I think in a lot of instances, in a smaller company, it just doesn't actually exist. So if you go and do an ESG DD, you're actually starting from scratch, and they're trying to work out, the consultants are trying to work out, where are you, what do you need to do, etc. But at least if you've got disclosures, there is a base level. But the reality is that it's not everything that's going to be useful across the board. And again, I think the larger companies, it's much more helpful because then I guess in theory your due diligence cost will go down because you can rely on some of that information. But it's not going to eliminate it altogether because that's not the way that investments get made in an unlisted environment. So I think that we looked at it to be able to say, well, even in the private equity sector, we're actually trying to harmonize things in terms of how we report to investors. So again, that harmonization all the way up can only help in the long run, but it's just how you do it and how you actually manage those costs. So for us, at a private equity level, we've got lots of different investments that we then collect the data, get people in those underlying portfolio companies to provide it, and then they leverage off the ESG person at the fund manager to help with technical assistance or putting it all together and what they actually do that then goes back into their board packs to be able to improve their systems and processes. And then that then gets aggregated and gets reported up to our investors in different forms. And even that across the European DFIs, they can't even agree how that needs to be reported. So I think there's a lot of harmonization that's been, I guess, a long time coming and a lot of discussions, but actually practically doing it that will make it easier and simpler will go a long way to reduce costs ultimately, but it takes quite a long time for everybody to agree.
I'm hearing lots of work still to be done, and I think that is important, as I say, certainly in the listed space and the companies that I've spoken to alone. The concern is not only reporting, whether it be for the EU or the US market, but also in terms of the various rating agents. And MSI wants it one way, Sustainalytics wants it another way. And I guess that's a very important conversation we as a market need to have, is to make sure, once again, there is benefit to companies reporting once, is that all parties can then go to the central electronic repository and not to then have to fill in 1,000 more forms for each rating agent. I'm going to ask my panel if they've got any, each of them have any closing sort of remarks on that. I know I'm probably now way ahead, but I think we started. I haven't seen any times and cards. I think we were going to also have a fourth panelist, so we've been trying to fill in the space in that. Andy, I don't know if you want to make any closing remarks.
I think, Tanya, in terms of consistency, and I'm very interested in what she mentioned about, even Europe not knowing exactly, what the what the reporting should look like. So I think we need to be very careful in South Africa. I mean, we've heard about the cost of reporting. We know that the economy is struggling and that companies and entities are struggling. So I think we need to be extremely careful in what is that standard that we do require and that we align with developments internationally. And maybe we should take a little bit of time to decide what that standard should be to ensure that we're not totally misaligned with the international world.
I would echo the same sentiments. I think we need to monitor and be on top of international developments, but then think about it from a South African context of what's right for us in terms of reducing the burden to an acceptable level while not isolating ourselves from international markets. And then also when you look at that overall information that's being published in whatever format it may be, the credibility of that information and assurance is that next step, which I think is going to be absolutely critical as well.
I think in the unlisted space that access to capital is really important. If you can let companies believe that this disclosure will provide access to capital that they don't have at a rate that is more competitive or lower than they would otherwise be able to get, then people will do it and it won't be a tick box exercise. They will do it because they genuinely believe they are creating a better business and they are being rewarded for the better business that they are creating. The problem that comes in is that the costs that Tanya looked at versus how to create cost of capital that is that much for a small company is a little bit of a disconnect. So if we can bring that closer in line and that business case can actually be proved, and whether that's research or whatever it is, to be able to say that actually the access to capital and the cost of capital will be reduced, and this is how, if you do these disclosures, you will get much better buy-in from the, I want to say all companies, not even just in the unlisted space, because they can see the benefits and therefore they're willing to do it.
And I guess because I've got the mic, I can have the closing comments. And I think that's really, I just wanted to focus on an important aspect of the IOSCA endorsement, and IOSCA is very important to us from a capital market perspective, is really what they see as the benefit of the IWSB standards are these consistent, comparable information, and I think we've heard that from the panel today as well. They have not come out and said all jurisdictions must adopt the IWSB standards as is. They've asked their member states to consider the manner in which they should adopt, adapt, incorporate those IWSB standards into their jurisdictions. So I think they very much recognize that this has to be a jurisdiction by jurisdiction response to make sure that we have the most appropriate way forward while still ensuring that we remain an attractive investment destination. Thank you very much to my panelists.
Thank you very much, Tanya, and the panel. And I think that the time is, we're still on track, we're still fine. But what is clear is that whilst we may want to adopt some of these standards, there is a need for a South African feel of it, acknowledging obviously our own situation and the current environment where we actually are. And I think that that's the point that is very important, because if we keep on adopting standards that are more relevant to other countries than us, then it creates some other challenges that are there. So whilst we are reporting, but we must make sure that it's also acclimatized or customized to us as a country. Thank you very much for that. I'm going to be a little bit fair now and make it nice for everybody. I'm going to open up a space for questions and engagements and a discussion. I think that from the previous panel, that it was panel number 1 on regulatory value proposition, and also the one that was dealing with capital markets value proposition just now. I can open up for questions so that you can engage with all of the panel members that were basically there and the facilitator of those particular sessions as well. So can we see if there are any engagements that we would want to have? I can give you maybe an opportunity to ask anything between 3 and 5 questions. So it's open. Can I see? I'll see by a show of hands so that we can be able to channel the mic to the relevant people. I'm sure that there are people who would want to engage on these presentations and these discussions that we're having. Can I see the hands? If you don't want to ask a question, you can make an input. You are going to be my number 1 there. There's my number 2. I want to see a number 3. That's my number 3. Any last one, last 2? Okay, my number 4. Is there no number 5? I'll accommodate a brainwave. Okay, this is my number 5. Right. So if there's a brainwave, I will try and see if we can accommodate it. Let me start with my number 1. Please introduce yourself and which company are you from, and then you can continue to ask a question. Yeah, it works now.
So, hello colleagues, it's Nicholas van Wyk from the Chartered Institute for Business Accountants. Thank you for the CIPC for organizing this amazing event and getting all of these professionals and intellectuals in one room. I think this is a step in the right direction. I just want to express my support for the view of the JSE about a South African approach. The similar applies to IFRS and should also apply to the ISSB standards. I think the term is convergence versus adoption. About 10, 15 years ago, maybe more, when South Africa had to make a decision, we adopted IFRS. But big superpowers like China and India, and we mentioned now Australia and such, have some carve-outs when it comes to IFRS. And we think the same should apply to ISSB standards. The economic reality should be the guiding factor of South Africa. We contribute less than 1% to CO2 globally, so we like really a nothing player when it comes to CO2 levels, which kind of is an indicator of our contribution to world GDP, which is also really very minuscule. So we shouldn't overplay the, although it's very important, there's other important things as well, job creation, economic development, and hence we should be very sensitive and careful about our own markets, especially the downward requirements for the suppliers to listed companies, not to overburden them. Yeah, so it was quite enlightening for the JSE and just to express our support for a sensitive South African contextual approach. And I think the JSE made the point about we need research. It's very easy to make anecdotal statements or just we need to act for the benefit of society, but what does it actually mean? It has to come down to numbers. We're very sensitive about, but it's more a policy issue. If companies should adopt ISSB standards, would that mean they would, for example, buy up all the farmland and plant trees to do offsetting? So which means we won't have any food to eat because we'll be ISSB compliant. So it's a highly complex matter that needs a comprehensive approach. And I think this forum is the first step in that direction. We need to be competitive. The world is shifting from a unipolar world to a multipolar world, so there's new players in India and China, and maybe we should follow their example instead of the current existing powers and influences. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was my number 2. Thank you, Nicholas. Next one.
Good morning, everyone. It's Andrew Johnston. I'm the Director of Corporate Services at Sun International. So I'm sitting here from the private sector space rather than the regulatory space. So seeing the fad is to give disclaimers, I think it would be appropriate just to say that these views are my own personal views. I do sit on a few of the JSE Company Secretary forum and that, so I do come with some background of the issues here, but these are not necessarily those of Sun International's. I think more comments from my side than questions, and I think I want to echo my colleague and the general presentations this morning that I think this is a welcome step in the right direction. I think the market needs this coordinated, integrated approach rather than working in silos. But I do think there are some things maybe we need to just put on the table. And I'm going to start with one size doesn't necessarily fit all. And I think that's something that's very important. I heard some of the panelists mention in the private equity space versus the regulator space and whatever. I think what's key to this is to actually understand both inputs and outputs. What is the output? What are we actually looking to achieve here, and what's driving that behavior, if I can call it that? Because I think that ultimately at the end of the day is where we've got to land before we actually start unpacking this, if I can call it that. Understanding, where the pressures are coming from, what are parties actually trying to get out of all of this? And again, with that one size doesn't fit all approach. I think a lot of this also kind of self-regulates in some respect. And again, I come back to my earlier comments. I think, these kind of things generally tend to be driven by external forces. So, in terms of trying to segment it or package it for different sizes, I think again, with the outputs, they're going to be very different outputs. A big, large private company is not, first of all, regulated necessarily by regulators. Secondly, the requirement for access to capital may be very different to your capital market listed companies. So you're going to find a lot of different requirements for this. I do agree that I think in the self-regulation space, it's very important we do talk a common language. So I would strongly advocate that. I think that does make a lot of sense. Coming back to the self-regulation, I'm always a little bit skeptical about trying to make these kind of things mandatory, because it also encourages negative behavior, where people then start to look for reasons why they shouldn't do it rather than why they should do it. So I think that's very important. I'm just trying to see what some of my notes are here. And I think from a JSE point of view, being a JSE listed company, I think one of the other factors that's going to have to be considered is, they're on a major mission at the moment to deregulate the listed company space, and pushing this kind of thing through might be actually pushing them back to the other side of re-regulating markets. So I think those are just some of the comments initially I wanted to just raise in this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Let's go to my number 3, which was the lady in a color jacket. I don't know what's the color of that jacket, by the way, so I choose not to say what color is it. Can you, I'm not sure if they can hear you properly, maybe the mic.
Hi, everybody. The jacket, I think, is technically in the sphere of pink. Hi. So my name is Lee Swan. I'm from Alexander Forbes. Firstly, thank you very much for all the presentations, panel discussions, etc. this morning. I think it's been a sort of very insightful set of conversations, etc. I've got so many questions, but I'll stick to one, and my one is for you, Shelley. Thank you for your fascinating set of comments. I think it brings a really different dynamic into the mix today. You mentioned that you felt that companies would be a lot more willing to invest in disclosing if they believed that they would have access to capital at better rates than they otherwise would have had. First question, are you seeing in terms of international investors coming into South Africa a willingness to bring capital in at better rates, number one? And number two, what does better rates look like? What's that sort of point at which companies could possibly get excited about taking disclosure seriously in terms of adding real benefit to their businesses?
Thank you. That was my number 3, number 4. Is it are you answering? No, not now.
Not now,
We'll answer later. I think this was number 4 was there. Yes, that was number 4. Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Imra from the Independent Regulatory Board for Auditors. My question goes to Tanya. Tanya, I really enjoyed your presentation on the cost of implementation, and I think my question is very specific, that goes almost to the previous question around the cost of capital. You mentioned in your presentation that there's uncertainty in the United States and the European Union around the value of whether there's value in reducing cost of capital. My question is, do we have a local view on that from investors and from financial institutions? Because I think cost of capital is a very strong and could be a very strong driver or a tool to incentivize companies to invest in sustainability. And my second question linked to that is, to what extent would you say reasonable assurance could be an enabler to these investors or banks to provide lower interest rate capital to our companies? Thank you.
Thank you. That's number 4. Number 5 was here. Is it green? If it's green, you can talk. If it's then press so that it's green.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Calvin from the National Empowerment Fund. Got a few questions, but I'll stick to one. My question is to the lady from the FSCA. I just wanted to find out, seeing how broad the financial services industry is, especially, you've got your big players, but we also have a growing market in your small players, your FSPs, your brokers. So I want to find out, has the FSCA considered how this whole ESG reporting will affect them and what considerations they have? Because they're smaller players in comparison to your bigger guys. I just want to find out from them what considerations they've made on how this would affect that sector, all those guys. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Calvin. The last one was there. That's the 6th one. I had said that I would allow a brainwave, so that was the brainwave I accommodated.
Thank you very much. This won't take long. I'm Mark Kaplan. I am the Strategy Officer for Chapter 0 Southern Africa. And tomorrow at 10:15, your presenter online will be my colleague, Carolyn Chalmers, who's the CEO of Chapter 0 Southern Africa. There's just a context I thought would be interesting to paint for all of you, because I would like to pay a real compliment to everyone here and to the presenters and the panelists, because you are the real soldiers in the front line of the whole initiative around climate change action. And it goes like this. Somewhere in the presentations, mention was made of the fact that in fact it's business that is leading climate change action. And that happens to be a fact globally. Governments go to COP conferences, they make all kinds of promises, pronouncements over the 3, 4, 5 days, and on the last day they all renege on what they committed to. So governments don't lead. Business The imperative of business is bottom line return to shareholders. That's how it is structured and remunerated and rewarded. The key that is driving business as the leadership in climate change globally is the entire overlay of the regulatory compliance and governance structures that are forcing business to do this. And so the reality is everything that's been spoken about here is all around the regulatory compliance governance structures that businesses are having to comply with, because if they don't, they will face significant risk in all elements of their operations, including their capital raising, including investors, investing, including markets. So actually, in a sense, what all of you are doing, you're the soldiers in the front line, you're leading business by the nose because they have to comply with all of this, and the ultimate outcome of that is the lead in terms of climate change action. So I just wanted to make that point, create that context, and what you're all doing is really, really important globally, and once again, huge praise for all of you. Thank you, Lungile.
Thank you very much. I'm going to allow the panelists to respond to those questions. Some of them were specific to specific panelists, so you can take those questions. The ones that we think are not answered, we will have to find a way of dealing with them, but I'm sure that there will be someone for each question that has actually come up. Starting with the questions that, in fact, I should not say there should be any order. So if you think you can start, I think you are already starting. I think maybe let's start with you to address the question that was asked by Lee, that related to better rates. Yeah.
So thanks for the question. We invest in the equity space, so there isn't an implicit rate in investing in equity. Obviously, you invest, and the return that you get is dependent on how valuable the business is in the 5 to 7 years that you hold it. And building a better business, in theory, should essentially make sure you can exit and then return more to investors. I don't think that we have got to the point, and I do think that more research is required in terms of, is that cost of capital, and how much is it going to be? So maybe it's a better question for the banks or the research to really happen, and does it differ from large organizations to small organizations? And who are looking to fund at different rates, and how do they calculate that? So sorry, I can't answer it because the equity component isn't a rate-based return. It's just, in theory, you're building a better business, and therefore you should be able to sell it 5 times or 3 times worth the value that you invested in when you sell it to a strategic buyer or another financial investor.
All right. Was that the only question that referred to you? I think that more questions were for Tanya.
Sorry, thanks, Imri. I was so busy jotting down, hopefully I got both your questions. So I guess your first question was in terms of, do we have research, or do we have an understanding in South Africa about the potential impact of the cost of capital? And no, we don't. Our research was limited to 20 interviews, an hour long, people discussing, trying to pull this all together. And so that's why the Genesis report is very specific, saying, guys, you should probably do more research in those sorts of areas. What is the benefit that comes through? The trick and the challenge is we don't have a long history of sustainability disclosures to see then what the benefits are coming through. And so I think your next, so the answer is we think research needs to be done. The next question you had is in terms of, do we see that assurance leads to a reduction, once again, on cost of capital? Does it add value? And I guess 2 interesting parts to bring through in that. So the one is in my anecdotal conversation with investors, is the lack of information is a problem for them in total, because there's just very little information out there. So they're trying to get comparable information. Is, sort of this data point good or bad? Can they trust it? They can only know so if they've got 2. So if they've got 2 companies, 2 mining companies producing something, it starts to give them some sort of comparability whereby they can now challenge and say, well, is this useful information? So then the anecdotal evidence they had in my conversation that I had with them is to say, oh, and of course, assurance would help us as well. That doesn't mean that they're going to necessarily have a reduced cost of capital. The only aspect that I can, once again, one would have to see, I mean, as you know, I come with a listing authority, so assurance gives me sort of an enforcement tool and that sort of benefit. So the only evidence I can give you, which is not necessarily what we want to hear, but certainly in the sustainability bond space where we play a role, we've got regulation that's come in there. We were very explicit, and we've asked for assurance coming through second-party opinions, etc., in terms of our sustainability bonds. And our market, comparative to the US and other markets, is very stilted. And the feedback we've had is our cost of regulation, and specifically the cost and the burden that we've imposed with having these second-party verifications too much, that it doesn't, there's no benefit that people see to be able to reduce the cost, and we're talking about margins and points. So we've received a lot of criticism for that. We brought it in for a good reason. We don't have greenwashing, but as a result, it's quite difficult for people to raise capital in the listed space because assurance, and that is just merely, it's quite a light assurance, but it is very costly and they're not seeing the benefit.
All right, thank you, Tanya. I hope that you have dealt with all your questions. There are questions that were asked by, but Andrew was just input or comments where he was saying that supports the view of the JSE, but also the issue of that we need more research. I think there was another point that he actually made around the issue of the unipolar versus the multipolar world, where he's saying that probably we must follow the examples of China and I think India. Am I correct, Andrew? So I think that those are some of the points that he actually made on that. I'm not sure if there's a specific question that I'm missing, Andrew. It's fine. All right. But I just want to add on your point around the multipolar world. I think that what is important is that as South Africa also, we must have a uniquely South African way of looking at it, whereas we are linking up or we're integrating with some of the reporting standards across the world. I think it's an important factor that we must look at. The next one was made by, actually, Nicholas is the one that I was talking about. That Andrew made points around the issue of the inputs and the outputs, and was saying that we need to segment the way we are dealing with the issue of the standards, but also create that common language that we actually want. And then the last point that he made was around the issue that once we make it mandatory, there is negativity that goes with it. And we need to manage that element of the negativity that goes with it. I'm not sure if there's someone who wants to take that last point on the issue of negativity that comes with mandation of some of these standards. Who would want to take that point? Okay. Do you want to take it, Joey? Okay, Joey will take the point here. This side.
Thank you very much, Lungile. CIPC has experienced that when you have voluntary filings, there is a likelihood that the take-up will be quite low. Whilst with mandation, there's a high likelihood that there will be a higher take-up in terms of the filings. As much as we don't want to have a pushback when it comes to filings, we will have to do some hand-holding to ensure that everyone comes on board. So we don't take lightly the impact of mandation, but we also know that there's a lot of benefit for our jurisdiction if we have mandation. So what we have to do is to make sure that our change management practices in such a way that we take everyone along, from small emerging enterprise up to large enterprises. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I see there's someone who wants to add there.
My name is Madeleine Ronquist. I'm from First Rand Group, and it relates to a few comments that were made. The one thing is South Africa is the 12th largest emitter of greenhouse gas emissions in the world. So I can't say that we are not contributing substantially to greenhouse gases in the world globally. The other thing is as well that I note that there's this pushback against mandatory reporting. However, South Africa has set a baseline with King 4, and we have led globally, and we can do it. So I fully acknowledge that there are some extenuating circumstances for South Africa. We obviously do have some challenges, but I do think that we can do it. And then just a comment that was made earlier in terms of financial institution and how we price, most definitely we are working on frameworks and methodologies to not just negatively price unsustainable companies, but to pass through a cost benefit to companies that are run sustainably. And we use public information to make that decision and to put a risk rating onto a company. So it's really important for investors and financial institutions alike to have this information available.
Thank you very much for that input. I want us to go to Calvin's point, the effect of this on small FSP, small service providers. Was it answered, Calvin? Okay. Can we get a response to Calvin on the issue of the small FSP, small financial service providers, the effect of the regulation that we are basically talking about, or standards we are talking about? Who does that fit? Is it Tanya? Who? FSCA, yes, sorry. Yes, there's a hand there that is going to respond.
Thank you. Mpho Musecho from FSCA. I think Industry's response in the initial session, the panel session, she referred to the impact this will have directly on the listed companies that will be mandated to carry the disclosures. She also mentioned the private entities, the public interest entities, to provide certain requirements for them. So when it comes to smaller FSPs, there isn't direct requirements envisioned in terms of them to carry those disclosures, but obviously they are servicing clients, and there would be a need for those entities to carry the research, the understanding of ESG disclosures, to be able to service those clients. So directly, we don't see a direct impact on them, but because of investor demand for disclosure, quality of disclosed information and product advice, pushing the requirements for the smaller FSPs to do more work and research on this. Thanks.
Thanks, Mpho from FSCA there. I hope you were answered. All right. Thank you. I think it exhausts the questions. I don't think that there's any question that we left. But I'm not sure if there's a burning question, because I can still accommodate it. Is there any burning question that we want to take? Or burning input, as I would call it? I'm doing this so that by the time you go to lunch, we know that when you come to lunch, there's no one who's going to be saying, I have a question. When you come to lunch, you must come back and then you must start a new session. Can we get a sense of that? Is there a question? Okay, there's a question. That's my number one. Let me take a maximum of 3. If you want to be number 2, you can raise. Chuma?
Yes, sir. No, thanks for the opportunity. You know, I know I'm sitting as wearing the regulator cap, but I'm going to ask the question as a citizen. The citizen of South Africa. We're currently, for example, paying what? Something like $25 per liter on either diesel or petrol. Now, something like this where we keep resorting to the climate narrative as the rationale for, I don't know, trying to align with what the world is doing or the direction the world is taking. Does it not, on the one hand, put us off our own economic objectives in the context of our own endowments of natural capital? Because, I mean, we'll give an example where we keep speaking about decarbonization. On the one hand, we are endowed with coal, large resources or volumes of it, which are shipped out of the country, but yet we are decommissioning this side, or rather trying to move away, I don't know, as much as possible from coal. Are we not putting ourselves at a disadvantage by saying the rationale for reporting on sustainability aspects has to do with climate-related issues, on the one hand? On the other flip side, I think Annalene from JC also had it. If we don't align ourselves, or rather adopt, as it were, even though we can localize or customize it, we might attract carbon tax and end up paying an additional $10 on fuel somewhere along the line. So in the research that ought to be done, how far should we go? Is it a case of stratifying the clusters by geographical location in context of provinces? Is it industries? Yeah, when we say we have a research paper, how much of the population, even though we can stratify it, should we engage to say this is what South Africa is saying? Because already we've got the Presidential Climate Commission that says it's got some decarbonization objectives. And already there's motion in that direction without having had a proper nationwide consultation. So we're stuck with, fragmented approach, which if we don't handle properly, might just blow up in our faces. So, it's a question, but also at the same time, it's a comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chuma, for that question. What I will do, colleagues, so that we can be able to move forward quicker, I think we exhausted the questions. The next presentation can answer that question, because the next presentation is dealing with the business imperatives for sustainable reporting. So I think let me hand over to Shamila Subramani, who's going to make a presentation on business imperatives for sustainable reporting. Otherwise, thanks a lot for the questions and the discussion that we actually had. I hope that some of those inputs, as the session is being recorded, I think that we are not going to lose track of those ones, because they must add value to the discourse of what we're actually having today. Shamila, is Shamila here? Oh yeah, oh yeah. Apologies to you, because you will have 5 minutes less of presenting. Apologies for that. No, it's not. Otherwise, if you negotiate, you must accept that you'll have 5 minutes less of lunch.
Good afternoon, colleagues. As mentioned, I'm not Shamila Subramani. Unfortunately, she has extreme FOMO that she cannot be here. I am standing in her place. I'm Alex McNamara, the head of operations at the National Business Initiative. And I do have a PowerPoint slide, which is on the screen, so that's great that you can see that. So, I mean, maybe just to quickly give some background on the NBI, I mean, we've actually played in this space for some time. I don't know if you're familiar, but in 2007, we brought CDP to the South African market, or helped bring it to the South African market. So we have thought quite long and hard for a long time about the value of disclosure and asking the right questions. And so, for us, this is really, really pertinent discussion. I will build on some of the themes that have already been discussed. And my disclaimer is, obviously, as not being Shamila, all omissions, errors, and faux pas, I take full responsibility for. So the focus is, I mean, we're actually going to take a bit of a step back in this presentation, quite a significant step back in bird's eye view. Maybe it would have been even better to have it after lunch. We're going to go through some basic focus areas, but I think we're really going to start from the very beginning, if we can move. So in particular, we're going to go to the very concept of what is sustainability and move from there. And if we can, I was hoping the finger point would do the trick. And one more, please. And I think it's really to contextualize, and I think it will build on the narrative around globally relevant and locally applicable, but reminding us, where we come from in terms of what is our goal for disclosure. I guess in its purest form, we must think back to what is the definition of sustainable development. We all know this critical Brundtland report in 1987. I can't see the screen, so I'm going to turn. Can we go back for a second? Development that meets the needs of the present without compromising future generations. We're all familiar with it, but it is a critical landing point. Thank you. And I think also we really wanted to flag in our sense, also this distinction between ESG and sustainability. And we all acknowledge the importance of enterprise value and the role of ESG, but there's also a critical landscape and requirement for the broader context of sustainability, recognizing the need to drive systemic change in society to achieve a more equitable economy and society. We'll also touch on the fact that I come from the climate change world. I spent 10 years deeply immersed in climate change consulting and was I'm a firm proponent, but have increasingly recognized that we will have to address these challenges in a systemic, integrated fashion. And if we look at, for example, achieving a just transition, just as an example, we as the MBI have clearly realized that there will be no just transition without functional local government, for example, or there'll be no just transition without water access or, of course, societal equity. So for us, this is a critical part about achieving a wider organizational societal change. Thank you, sorry. And also to understand what are the boundary conditions that we are actually dealing with, the planetary boundaries that we refer to. I think many people may be not that familiar with them. This is work that was done a few years ago, scientific research. In a nutshell, it's very hard to read on this screen, but you'll see there are a number of planetary boundaries that are indicated here. For example, climate change is one, but there's also freshwater, biodiversity, etc. Where there is a black dot in a red section, we already are in effectively Earth overshoot mode. So 7 of the 8, what they refer to as Earth system boundaries, are already being exceeded. So when we think about disclosure and reporting, it is obviously not an end in itself. It is trying to address these very, very critical planetary boundaries that we face. If we can move on. Another, I think, similar and related framework which builds on planetary boundaries, as I'm sure you might be familiar with, is the concept of donut economics. Similar sort of framework that we have an ecological ceiling, if you like, which is our outer ring, effectively the planetary boundaries. But we also have a social foundation. And the hole in the middle of the donut is the social gap. It's effectively the social conditions that we have not been able to achieve, our social shortfall. I was in India for a green economy study tour fairly recently. Very fascinating to see what you can do if you have 1.3 billion people market, by the way, for green development. But also it's just so staggering to see this is what we really have to deal with, what we have to bring billions of people out of this social shortfall at the same time as respecting planetary boundaries. Thank you. So I hope you don't mind that short segue into the broader context that we would like to put across, because we know that there are critical drivers for business, but we have to place that in a global context and a local context as well. I don't think we need to dwell too much. I think most of us are aware. We've had discussions already about some of the values that this brings for society. Risk management is critically a part of it, as is productivity and growth. This is drawn from the JSE disclosure guidelines, as many of you will probably recognize. Everything from addressing reputational and supply chain risk through to new markets, new growth, and new customers. Obviously, the mantra, from risk to value is a key kind of operating modus for many people. If we're really going to get the traction we want in this space, climate change, sustainability, systemic risk, and systemic opportunity has to be embedded in strategy, it has to be embedded in governance, and then from there, this disclosure is a key tool in achieving that objective. If we can move to the next slide. Of course, if we don't get it right, if we don't have an integrated approach, if we don't think about these kind of aspects, we can get ourselves into difficult spaces. These are just some of the examples that we are very pertinent in recent times. Many examples where there is a loss of not just shareholder value and company value, but real significant social and financial value that is being lost. If we can, I think most of them you're quite familiar with. If we can move to the next slide, thank you. Of course, also, as you can imagine, potential liability, litigation, and action. For example, in the case of Shell, for while you have set a long-term emissions target, your short-term and medium-term targets do not align with what you've disclosed, with what was required by science, required by society, and puts you at potential legal risk, if I can put it that way. Thank you. The other examples, I think, are similar. I don't think we need to dwell on them too much. I'm told I have limited time, so maybe we should skip through to the next content slide, if you don't mind. You can read the headlines for yourself. But these things making global news. Fortunately, DWS here is obviously the investment arm of the Deutsche Bank, not the Department of Water and Sanitation, in case anybody was worried. Moving on to the next slide, please. So Our view is that a systemic change is needed, that we're going to, I mean, I certainly, I've worked more recently in water and have been exposed to this, so I guess I'm biased, but I have seen significant speakers say we will have to tackle climate change, water, and biodiversity in tandem. And it sounds difficult, it is quite difficult, but it is a requirement. And that will achieve the social and the economic and of course financial goals that we have. Reporting is definitely a way to get people to ask the right questions, to lead, to think critically, but as I mentioned before, it is not an end in itself. I think we've heard a lot about how local context is very, very important, and I think we couldn't agree more. We've done a whole bunch of work in mapping out local decarbonization pathways for our economy, and while it is achievable, it is quite difficult in some cases, but if we don't achieve a locally relevant context based on fact, we will make it difficult for ourselves. Of course, sorry, just if you go back for a second. Minding the gap is recognizing that I think as much as we have a very interesting and difficult challenge in this country, again, I was in Denmark last year and I was just amazed at how easy their green transition is, really. Small country, green economy makes perfect competitiveness sense to them. They have the North Sea offshore wind at their doorstep, et cetera, et cetera. We have a much more difficult proposition. But on the other hand, I do think it's important to note that as much as we care about our story, I don't think the rest of the world will align with that. Like the world will move on. And we have to, for competitiveness, we have to move and mind the gap. And in this case, of course, a lot of it is about global best practice, things like the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which already places potential significant transition risk on South African companies, as you can imagine, and particularly in the heavy manufacturing sector. Thank you. So we think it's obviously about building sustainability into the core of a business, into your engagements with society. So it's building trust. It's about real critique of the business model. Is there a need for investigation of the business model? Are we considering our industry position, our policy position? Are we engaging with globally relevant best practice and locally relevant work? And are we asking the question, how is our reporting, our disclosure, our aims and objectives actually advancing sustainability impact in the country? And are we thinking in an integrated fashion? Thank you. I think this is my second to last slide. My apologies. So I think Shamila as she was coming to a conclusion, wanted to just pose a couple questions to consider in a much more sort of, I guess, overarching discussion. Why does this matter? Why are we disclosing this? What imperatives are we actually trying to advance? What entities will achieve, that have the greatest impact in achieving what we need to do? How do we measure success in terms of impact and outcome? And I guess her hint is that it's not about, obviously, the number of sustainability reports that we issue. And what is a fair and appropriate approach ultimately going to look like, thinking about, as mentioned before, cascading down to suppliers, etc. So I'll leave those with you. Her concluding remarks on the next slide, which I think addresses some of the points raised earlier, but maybe some of them are a bit different. That we think that any approach in developing mandatory reporting or voluntary reporting for that matter should really be resulting and driving clear sustainability outcomes. As a practitioner myself, we often obviously get focused on the nitty-gritty and the detail. We must always keep in mind the broader business strategy and context. Certainly we're at a critical crossroads, a number of headwinds, but hopefully this can be a supporting opportunity for us, that we can actually advance the kind of impact we want to see. And I think really importantly, keeping us globally relevant. We have to remain globally relevant. We have to attract investment. And we have to build trust between business, government, and society at large. I think the point around localization has been noted. Just to say that, for example, if we look at the EU, their reporting disclosure is to fulfill the EU Green Deal. We would want to see a similar kind of vision and strategy that guides a disclosure framework. And of course, we noted earlier that there is going to be a lot of resources put into all of this. So we want it to be worth our while, essentially. And to do that, we want it to be really aligned to sustainable development, long-term growth for the country as a whole. So hopefully this is a bit of a more contextual analysis, but I mean, if I just lastly say, as the MBI, we started off, as I said, with CDP in 2007 and disclosure. We saw how its disclosure has advanced the market. Our focus really now is actually we have to address systemic risk. We have to solve for local government capacity challenges. We have to solve for water. We have to solve for energy crisis, etc. Precisely because we will not achieve the real goals of disclosure unless we take that integrated systemic approach. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you very much. You rescued us. I think we are very much on time now. And thanks for that presentation. I think it talks to a few other issues that are adding to what we have been doing. Thanks. Juma, I hope that part of your question was answered, but I think that if it's not answered, we'll be able to deal with it at a later stage. I don't want to delay. Just to say that after the lunch break, there's an issue of the stakeholder imperatives that we must deal with. When are we dealing with it, Joey? Can I check? Imperatives. The poll. We'll do it after lunch. Okay. We'll deal with the stakeholder imperatives poll after lunch, which is fine. Then we'll also start with the presentation on the King's perspective, on the sustainability reporting. That will be done by ANSI. And then the next one is going to be the presentation on the report on sustainability reporting and the integrated reporting framework. That one will be by IRCSA, which is Lee. And then we're going to have a panel discussion. And then after the panel discussion, we'll have another one, which is going to, the first one will be current reporting practices, and then the next one will be upstream and downstream value chain. That's what we'll be dealing with after that. And then we'll conclude. So we can take lunch. Now the time is, I'm sure it's 1 o'clock. So we'll be back by 2 o'clock. Exactly 2. So thank you very much, colleagues. Let's go for lunch. You've been good. You were on time. Thanks. made to understand that there's a need to take a group photo. Now, the professional photographers are going to guide us where. I was told it will be on the right side, not my right, the right from the entrance. So it means that it's this side, it's my left. So I suggest that the photographers guide us so that we can know where. Otherwise, time is against us. We should be starting with something else. So who is directing us from the professional photographers? If you don't direct, I'm starting. closing or concluding the concluding remarks. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to ask Ansi Ramalo to come and give us the King's perspective on sustainability reporting. Ansi, I think that fortunately you are closer. I can give the floor to you. Thanks.
Thank you for that, and good afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch. I'll do my best to keep you entertained. I'll do my best to keep you, yeah, that's better, thank you. I'll do my best to keep you entertained. After lunch is always a difficult period. Before I start, I must just congratulate the previous speakers and the panelists for the quality of the input. And I almost feel like a lot of the input has built up to what I want to share with you this afternoon. So we are here together, and I thank Subsea for coordinating this event so that as stakeholders, regulators, we can see how we can become involved in the discussions and align and coordinate in the same direction so that we have a holistic approach to sustainability, to how we incorporate sustainability standards in the South African environment. So I represent the King Committee here, and we not a regulator of hard law, rather a regulator of soft law. We provide, of course, the voluntary guiding standards for corporate governance for South Africa. But even though the King IV code and report are not mandatory, it is voluntary but not without influence. Market and social forces often use these standards as a lever for their activities, and the courts, of course, use it as a reference point when assessing directors and whether they've performed their duties. So how the court deals with it is that the court would refer to the King Code recommendations to determine whether directors have acted with due care, skill, and diligence. So if in the main they've met the King IV recommendations or the King Report recommendations, whatever the version, the relevant version at the time might be, they are safe in terms of meeting the required standard. So as the King Committee, we take this influence that we have very seriously. We see it as a serious responsibility. And we've also had to face questions, as you can imagine, as to how we are going to deal with the sustainability reporting standards in the King Code. And so there were various considerations that we had to take into account. We've started this conversation already at the King Committee, but I have to say it's only at an initial stage, so please see my comments in that light. So the document that we've discussed outlined policy considerations at 3 levels. We said we needed to determine policy at country level, in other words, what we're trying to achieve as a country through the sustainability standards. Then we need to determine which organizations will be subjected to the sustainability standards, if at all, through the King Code. And then we also need to look at it at process level, because at the moment, the FRSC's mandate is not broad enough to accommodate sustainability standards, only financial standards, and therefore, with that not having been addressed, we need to carefully understand how the King Committee's role play out in the bigger ecosystem. Right, so let me start at the country level. So I think when we look at sustainability standards, and a couple of speakers and panelists made this point already, we need to determine the objectives for the sustainability reporting. So is it to meet investor requirements and being competitive in the international environment, or is it also to change behavior through accountability? Now, as the King Committee, we would like it to not only be a compliance exercise, we would like for it to be something that changes behavior through holding organizations accountable, something that delivers real output. Because what we are addressing here is really the future that we're shaping for our children and their children, for future generations. And to my mind, that should be the higher ambition after we've discussed the shorter term goals. So let me, before I go further on that particular point, let me explain to you where we come from as the King Committee generally on sustainability reporting. So we've always had a tradition of a strong and a progressive view of sustainability reporting. In King 2, which was issued in 2002, I'm talking more than 20 years ago, the following was said, and I quote, "What stakeholders are looking for are reports that evidence good stewardship by the directors. While communicating in financial terms is retrospective, this is in a language that is understandable to all stakeholders. The difficulty with communicating the less defined sustainability or non-financial aspects is that no universal reporting standard or language has yet been developed. And the King 2 report therefore called for such standards to be developed. This was in 2002 already, as I've pointed out. So it's clear that we obviously support the aim of the IFRS Foundation for high quality, transparent and comparable sustainability-related reporting. So I've spoken about King 2, issued in 2002. King 3 then was issued in 2008. And in King 3, we introduced the concept of integrated reporting, meaning that sustainability reporting and financial reporting had to be not only connected, but integrated. At that point, I was already part of the drafting team, and I know that there was an intent to elevate the importance of sustainability reporting to be on par with financial reporting. So for example, in King 3, we provided for the audit committee's responsibility to oversee not only financial reporting, but also sustainability reporting and integrated reporting, and to ensure that the integrated reporting integrates the financial and the non-financial information. We also provided for the audit committee considering the scope of assurance and the type of assurance over the sustainability information. So already there was an intent to escalate the importance of sustainability reporting. So then when King 4 was issued in 2016, the concept of integrated reporting has evolved quite significantly, not only locally, but also internationally. King 4 is very strong on stakeholder inclusivity, as was King 3, by the way. Stakeholder inclusivity. We strongly believe that the audience of the integrated report should be stakeholders, material stakeholders, and not only the providers of financial capital. For those of you who are familiar with King 4, you will know that we didn't use the term double materiality, because at the time that we drafted King 4, it wasn't a known term, but the concept that we introduced, namely that organizations should be accountable for stakeholders for the consequences that their operations have on these stakeholders, you can follow it like a golden thread throughout King 4. If you look at strategy formulation, if you're looking at how we phrase the monitoring of strategy, for example, that organizations should monitor impact, and that they should mitigate that impact, they should report on that impact, they should reward in accordance with sustainability measures. So double materiality has been woven into the content of King 4. Now this is where we hit a bit of a difficult point, because we have this long tradition of stakeholder inclusivity, of being quite progressive about the need for organizations to be responsible and accountable for their contribution to sustainable development and their negative impact on the economy, society, and the environment. So, and the reason why I'm saying we hit a bit of a difficulty is, of course, if you look at the ISSB Sustainability Disclosure Standards, you'll see it does not, of course, follow a double materiality approach. It follows the financial materiality approach. In other words, in terms thereof, organizations should disclose information about sustainability-related risks and opportunities that can reasonably affect the cash flow and its access to finance and debt capital over the short, medium, and long term. So it's about effects inward on the company. It's not about the outward effects on stakeholders. There are some who argue that this approach lets companies off the hook for reporting the negative consequences of their business operations on society and the environment. And I do think it's a valid criticism, because why are we not requiring of companies to disclose on this negative effect? We say it's only when the negative effect on the environment and society turn inward to hit you as a company, that you need to report on it. So the response then that I've heard to this argument that it's letting companies off the hook is that it doesn't matter. And the reason why it doesn't matter whether you follow a double materiality or financial materiality approach is then because there's a high correlation between the interest of shareholders and stakeholders over the longer term. And when I read to you what financial materiality entails in terms of the ISSB standards, it's about that which can affect your cash flows or your access to finance and capital over the short, medium, and long term. Now, as I said, over the long term, there's a high correlation between stakeholder interest and shareholder interest. So the argument goes, well, then if we report over the long term, actually that would result in reporting the same things. But I think what that argument does not take into account is that, firstly, when reporting companies determine what entails materiality, and secondly, in what time frame, both those two considerations are wide open for a range of judgments. And here I'm not attributing any mala fides to any of the reporting companies. I'm just saying it is widely open for judgment. And it may perhaps just be easier to make the reporting requirement a double materiality one. But I'll get back to that. The other argument that I've heard is that double materiality reporting is too onerous, that organizations can't be expected to, at this stage when we're transitioning, report on double materiality. But at the same time, to those who critique the financial materiality approach of the ISSB standards are told that, no, don't worry, your report with the ISSB standards will be supplemented by another report, the sustainability report. And this is a report that you can direct to your stakeholders. So see, you're going to report to both your shareholders, your providers of financial capital, and your other stakeholders. And then I wonder to myself, where does this argument go, where we're saying that double materiality reporting is actually more work if the financial materiality reporting requirement requires of us to issue an additional report. I can just see how this report to stakeholders will be relegated to some dark corner. So am I making too much of an issue of the difference between financial materiality and double materiality? I don't think so, and I hope I can convince you on that, because I think it's an important distinction to make. You know, I had a prof at law school who always told us, he was very fond of saying, if you get your concepts wrong, reality will avenge itself. And I've grown old enough to appreciate the truth of that statement. So let me explain to you where we are coming from and why we think having the right paradigm when you talk about introducing sustainability reporting standards, why that is so important. And I've prepared only one slide, and that should be an indication to you of how important this issue is to me. I'm just going to ask them to bring the slide up. There you go. So, the company's role in society, you can see you can have three different perspectives over it. And by the way, this is, comes from work done by the Embedding Project, which is solidly based on research and scholarly work. So we all set off, and hopefully we're beyond that, where we have business, we have society, and we have the planet. And they're three separate circles, and business is like an island. It operates on its own, so does society, and the planet just looks after itself. I think we have since moved on to the middle paradigm, where we acknowledge that there's overlap, that business can't be separated from society or the environment, that there are connections and there are interdependencies. And I would say most of the world is probably there. Where I think we need to move to is that third paradigm on the right-hand side. The one where business is nested within society. It's completely enveloped by society. And society is enveloped by the natural environment, by the planet. Which means that, and the reason why business is in the middle of those three circles is not because business is the most important. It's because business is dependent, and there are certain thresholds put for the operations and activities for business by the society in which it operates and by the planetary boundaries, which we heard in the presentation delivered just before lunchtime. In the middle paradigm, there are no boundaries. The ISSB standards don't provide for any of these boundaries, for these limitations. It's very important that we shift to this right-hand paradigm, because that is reality. The reality is not that business intersect with society and environment. The reality is that business is dependent on society and the environment. And as far as the planet is concerned, that dependency goes in one direction. The planet is not dependent on business. Business is and society is absolutely dependent on the planet. So why don't we not frame our reporting standards according to that paradigm, and not the one where we make business considerations the center of the universe? And that is the reason why I feel strongly about the fact that the King Committee should not retreat on its progressive stance, that we should persist with double materiality. South Africa, where we are, our local conditions, our challenges, I mean, firmly speak to the third paradigm over there. Business is so affected by what is happening to society here, and then also about the planet, climate change, loss of biodiversity, water, and scarcity, and all those things. If we recognize that business is an institution within society, set up by society, then is business not accountable to society? How can we say that we report primarily to the providers of financial capital? So, as far as the King Committee is concerned, I think, and like I say, we are only at the initial stages of our discussions. I cannot see that we will retreat from this point of view. My purpose in making this point is not to say that I'm not advocating against the ISSB standards. To the contrary, what I'm advocating for is some adaptation to accommodate our view of double materiality. I'm talking about our view. It's the King Committee's view, but I think the Companies Act has set its foot in that direction as well. If you look at the objectives of the Companies Act, I'm just going to mention two. The one is that the Act aims to position the company as a provider of not only economic benefit, but also social benefit. Many of you will know that the Companies Act in Section 7, under its objectives, also mention the Bill of Rights. And that companies are meant to promote the Bill of Rights. We have the social and ethics committees, which the Commissioner mentioned before. So, sir, you took some of my time for the photo, so I'm going to ask you to be patient with me for 3 more minutes, please. I'm busy concluding. So, with the Companies Act, we have the Social and Ethics Committee with its obligations. If I heard the Commissioner right, the responsibilities of the Social and Ethics Committees will be enhanced. I mean, that's the direction in which we're moving as a country. So for all of these reasons, I'm advocating, as I say, not against the ISSB standards, but I'm advocating that it be adjusted for local conditions, that we perhaps use the global baseline approach, and my colleague from the IRCSA will talk a little bit more about that, and that we even look at European sustainability reporting standards, because we always talk about we want to align internationally, and then we have in mind the ISSB standards. But the European standards, sustainability reporting standards, use double materiality. So it's not as if there's no very prominent international example for it. So with that, I will conclude on the view of the King Committee. I actually had a couple of more things to say, but I won't push my luck. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, Ansi, I should not have started with you because you could see right through me. No, I think that this photo session is the one that took some Ansi's time. I didn't know that Ansi had noticed. So I was hopeful that Ansi is going to play along. I gave her a note that was saying 3 minutes left. I knew that it's not 3 minutes. So he went over the 3 minutes and he took more even after she had went over, but it's fine. Thanks, Ansi, for that presentation. That's the view from the King Commission, which I think that has played a very big role in terms of our corporate law in South Africa and continues to do so. So I think that the views that they're presenting are the views that obviously we will consider or must be considered, I think, going forward in relation to the sustainability reporting. Now, I'm going to call Lee Roberts to talk to the issue of the sustainability reporting and the integrated reporting framework. Thanks, Ansi. Lee, you are the one who's going to rescue us from some few minutes that you are behind with. Thank you.
So are the slides coming up? And I'll try and remember to say next. Okay, so hi everyone, and it's so nice to see so many familiar faces. We really are a small and dedicated group of do-gooders. So let me start off with who and what the IRC is. We're the national body for integrated reporting and integrated thinking in South Africa. We're an association not for gain, founded in 2010 by IODSA, JSE, SACA, and the CISA. We are funded, though, by our organization members. We have 17 of them, and that's all the bodies interested in reporting and governance in South Africa. So our chair is highly esteemed Professor Mervyn King, and our deputy chair is Professor Suresh Khanna. The work we do is that we link into the international IR movement, as well as other IR national bodies. So there are actually about 30 national bodies in the world, but we are the most established, and we're the most experienced, we're the oldest, and we do a lot of work. Our technical work is run by the working group. Now, there are many members of the working group here today. So that is a group of highly skilled individuals, and they come from sustainability, IR, governance, assurance, etc. So moving on to the next slide, and just a quick rehash, because we've heard of this all morning, but there are essentially three streams of reporting. Financial, we all know that, sustainability, and those are the various role players. We haven't heard much from the GRI today, but we can't forget about them. We're talking about the new kid on the block, but GRI, South Africa has been a strong supporter of GRI, and GRI has been around, those standards have been around for 25 years. And the ESRS, so you could say the ISSB, and the ESRS being their more enlightened cousin. So integrated reporting brings together these two streams. But it's not just 1 + 1, it's sort of 1 + 1 = 5, as some of our international colleagues would say. So for the past 20 months, I'm moving on to the next slide, please. For the past 20 months, the working group has been putting its intellectual input into how do we fit all of this together? How does IR, SR come together in the IR, and how do all of these standard setters come together and get it right? How do they fit together? So a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and thanks to the working group members who here today, Mohammed, Scott, Renelle, and Yvette. Thank you hugely for the amount of work you've done. So this paper is hot off the press. It came out last week. It has been widely circulated, locally and internationally. The GGA has sent it out on Monday to 4.5 million accountants around the world. The feedback we're getting has been very, very good. It sets the history, it sets the background, and it can potentially create a solution to fitting everything together. This information paper is available for download, and that's the address there. So taking you through the main sections of the paper, starting off with governance. Mervyn King says reporting by an organization has to be seen in the context of governance. Directors have a duty of care to the organization. They are the stewards of the business affairs and the assets of the company. In responding and carrying out their duty of care, it's done through reporting. Mervyn, in his forward, carries on, says that financial reporting and sustainability reporting are not sufficient. They are critical, but they are not sufficient. And a director can only carry out his duty of care in blending the two, in saying all material matters, in a concise, understandable, accessible report, and that's the integrated report. Okay, so after that, the next section we go on, which is just as critical and related to governance, is integrated thinking. This is a concept, a fundamental concept of both King 4 and the IR framework. You're going to hear this more and more internationally as it gains traction. And in this changed and connected world that we live in, there's no other way to run a business. So let me tell you briefly what it is. I'm sure you all know. But it's looking, you know, in the 18th and 19th century, we just did how much profit. We just focused on financial profit. In today's age, you can't do that. So, because of the connected world we live in, so you harm the environment, it's going to come back to haunt you. So integrated thinking is running and managing a business by looking at your inputs, what you take from your 6 capitals, your resource and relationships, and then your impacts. It's just 2 sides of the coin. It's getting the holistic picture. That is what integrated thinking is about. It's done by the board and it's done by management. The ISSB standards refer to resources and relationships. It's pretty much the same as what we use in the framework, which are the 6 capitals. And the preparers here will know that it's a very comprehensive and useful look when you look at what you use and what you impact in terms of 6 capitals. So the bottom sentence there is actually taken straight from King 4. So we need to maximize the positive impacts and minimize the negative impacts. On to the next slide. So the integrated thinking, and one, South Africa put its own framework out, and there was a discussion internationally, well, can you do an integrated report if you don't have integrated thinking? Now, our listeds, back in 2013, 2011, they had to do an integrated report. So they didn't have the benefit of some of the global companies where they could instill integrated thinking and then do an integrated report. But it had a marvelous lesson for the world. If you do an integrated report, it is a wonderful tool to embed integrated thinking in your company. And really, integrated thinking is what all of this is pointing to. Taking responsibility for your impacts and being aware of what you use and what you depend on. So integrated reporting, been around since 2013. It's now in over 70 countries. Global best practice is integrated reporting framework. Now, on the whole SA Inc. that Rory spoke about, we've always done the international framework according to local practices, according to SA Inc. And that is because we've had King 4, King 3 and King 4. The mandate of the Integrated Reporting Committee of South Africa is international developments in IR and integrated thinking, but also to look at the King codes, to consider everything in terms of the King codes. So in that way, Ansi and I are sort of related. Integrated reporting is commonplace in our country, as you know. It's not just done by the listed, it's done by the large SOEs, municipalities, smaller public sectors, NGOs. It's really commonplace. It's not just a listed company. Integrated report and the sustainability report. The integrated report gives you a holistic business day. Often you're not given very much time. You said, here, company results out. Here's the CEO, do an interview. So what I would do is go to the integrated report, and you can quickly suss out some of the major aspects of their company by looking at the integrated report. It gives you a holistic, integrated, and overall, and it draws from organizational aspects, strategy, risks and ops. It draws information from a number of different sectors and aspects of the company. It also draws information from the sustainability report, which is a subject-specific and detailed report. And that is essentially the difference between the integrated report and the sustainability report. The sustainability report is focused. It is on subject-specific matters, sustainability topics. Now, you'll see how detailed the ISSB S2 climate is. So when the next one comes out, biodiversity or whatever it is, it's going to be equally as lengthy. And you're going to have to differentiate, put all of that detailed information in your sustainability report and your high-level information in your integrated report, because that's what you read first. So considerations in structuring a corporate reporting suite was the next section of our paper. I'm not going to go through this in too much detail, but you can see that we took it from a governance aspect and then general considerations in determining what your corporate reporting suite, the factors that you need to consider when determining your corporate reporting suite. And of course, it very much depends on the individual company and its circumstances. Just briefly, I want to touch on the global baseline and layering of sustainability disclosures, as we see this as a way of working in South Africa. In fact, I think it's the saving grace in so many respects. So the benefit of a global baseline is that we can take the ISSB or whatever, and we can add on, we can layer our own disclosures. You can add on GRI, you can add on local reporting practices, governance codes, whatever regulatory requirements come in. So if you see it as a little block, the small little block would be ISSB. You'd then add the GRI, ESRS, other industry sectors, etc. So it's a layered cake. We think that's going to work. Fitting it all together, and this is the crux of the paper, we came up with two approaches. This has been approved by the IRC board. They spent a lot of time deliberating on these two approaches and having the final sign-off of this paper. In each of these two approaches that I'll go through quickly, the integrated report is at the center of each. The integrated report reflects integrated information. It is all material information. It's not just ISSB, it's not just GRI, it's everything material, what matters to the company. It follows from integrated thinking. The approaches facilitate the ISSB's global baseline. They are in line with King 4. And it's up to the organization to choose which approach. So first approach is the umbrella. Now, the experienced reporters in the room would recognize this as the octopus. But when we were doing the paper, and our paper has international input, the latest trends information from internationally and including some of the other IR national bodies. So in our country, we called it the octopus approach, which Mervyn and I came up with a number of years ago. But internationally, they don't like that word. So they changed it to umbrella. So you'll see it's umbrella, but in local parlance, it's the octopus. So it's the head report. You would read that as the first read. It's concise, understandable, complete, accessible. You read that first, then you drill down into the very detailed subject-specific sustainability report, governance report, climate report, all the detailed stuff underneath. Okay, I'm getting a time check, so the last approach is, the second approach is the single report approach. And now this you could see as an earthworm or a flat octopus. It's essentially the same information as the umbrella, but it's just a different format. It's the same integrated information. So some of the smaller guys would do this, the smaller companies. So the first section is the integrated report section. It's pretty much the same as the head of the octopus. The next is your sustainability report, and the third is the AFS. So it's just housing all your reporting information in one report. So we thought we'd call it the earthworm, but internationally they don't like that. So it's called the single report, but you could see it as the earthworm. The IRC of South Africa's recommendations, the IRC supports, onto the next one, an integrated perspective. The umbrella and the single report offer an integrated perspective with integrated information. They are in line with King 4. We see this as fit-for-purpose reporting in the connected and changed world we live in, where all 6 capitals are connected and where an organization of necessity has to be run with integrated thinking. And importantly, the latest global trend is in support of the integrated perspective. I think South Africa has always been a microcosm of good reporting and governance for the rest of the world, and it was really nice to see that the latest global trend is for integration. We are involved internationally and locally, and we'll continually assess any new developments in reporting. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee, for that. I could feel that you were going to rescue us. Thanks for rescuing us for time. And I think that the presentation that you actually made, it's an interesting one about the integrated reporting, I think, and the frameworks. There's a few things that we can learn from it. We're now going to panels, and Lee, you're going to be leading the first panel. The first panel deals with, I think it's panel number 3, the panel discussion number 3, is the current reporting practices, integrated reporting and sustainability reports versus IFRS 1 and 2. Can I request the panel to come up for the discussion on that? I'm seeing 2. Is there any other person that has been left out? All right. Now I think the number makes sense. Tanya, what are you doing there? Okay. So who's coming? Is there someone coming? Please come. Or is online? All right, thank you. Thanks very much. All right, Lee, let me hand over to you. You are fresh from presenting, and now you are directing. Thank you.
Thanks. And you can just let us know when Alex is able to join us online. Okay, so our brief for today is to talk about how companies can bring in S1 and S2 and how easy it's going to be. Our panelists will share their perspectives. They're going to talk about their concerns, their challenges, and are there any quick wins that we'll be able to get if and when we start applying ISSB? And this is against the backdrop that we are strong IR reporters and we are strong GRI reporters. And adding into the mix is, and you have to feel for companies, you really do. Adding into the mix is ISSB, is ESRS, US SEC. So it is a whole new ball game for sustainability reporting for companies. So, Renelle, in 5 minutes, you first, your perspectives, challenges, concerns, and quick wins.
There we go. Thanks, Lee. So I'm currently specializing in integrated reporting at PwC. Where should I start? A broad question. So we've had some discussions recently with some of our clients, and the whole new sustainability reporting landscape is certainly something that everyone believes is amazing. It's a great idea. It's definitely where we should be going, to focus more on elements that are beyond just financial. These reporters have done integrated reports. I think being part or the convener of judges on the Corporate Governance Institute Integrated Reporting Awards, We also know that there's different levels of maturity in our integrated reporters in South Africa. So those that have a high level of maturity certainly are integrated thinkers. They have the topic on the board agenda. It filters down to remuneration. It filters down to impact disclosure in their integrated reports. So where they're starting is considering, from a benchmarking perspective, how does everything they're already doing translate when they have to apply the ISSB standards. So that's the first step, I think, that companies are exploring. But yet again, I think we can't just focus on reporting. So even though there might be quick wins and this metric is reported here, and it also should be reported under this framework or that framework, this also affords companies to take a step back and reflect on their strategy once again. So is their sustainability strategy addressing the risks and opportunities that lie ahead of them? Is that sufficiently incorporated into their core strategy? So it certainly is not merely a reporting question. It really should take companies back to reflect on whether they've appropriately embedded sustainability within the core of their business, so it becomes part of their day-to-day. So that's really where we're seeing companies reflect. What is pretty daunting, and I think what is really having companies worried, is the multiple frameworks they might need to comply with. If they have operations in Europe, dual listing in the US, potential operations in the UK, if South Africa moves to the ISSB standards. So that complexity from a compliance perspective is certainly worrying. And if we don't get interoperability right, well, not us, if all of these boards don't get interoperability right, that's going to be a significant challenge. And you throw efforts where the challenge is. So we run the risk that it falls back to a compliance exercise to be able to operate in these different territories. And if you throw all your resources at compliance, you'll have less time to reflect and to truly consider these strategic and governance elements that I mentioned before. And so I really think it's a promising landscape. Everyone is welcoming having a global baseline, having global standards. But the complexity is in how this plays out, I suppose, and how companies get these reports out, but ultimately how they prove that they're responsible. So responsible within that framework. I loved Ansi's little circle with the system impact, because they function within that broader system.
Thanks, Ronald. And I should mention Ronald is from PwC. Cynthia and Billy, EY, what's your view on the challenges and promising promises, as Ronald would use that word? What's your view?
Thanks, Lee. My name, as they've said, my name is Cynthia. From my perspective, really looking at the sustainability standards as we're seeing them now, the key really challenges that are facing us, you'll see that from IFRS S1, they're trying to link the financial information with the sustainability standards in using the terminology of connectivity to make sure that the financial information that is reported and the sustainability information is actually connected. So for us to actually, the key one is on the reporting entity that they actually highlighting that it should be the same entity that is actually producing these sustainability standards, sustainability reports. So the key thing from that perspective that we still need to answer from our perspective as a country is around which really entities are actually going to be expected to report using sustainability standards. We know that most of our large entities are already adopting and reporting using sustainability standards, but most of our smaller entities or public interest entities, as we have it, they actually are not there yet. So that's, for me, the key question that we need to consider and get answers to, because already then, in terms of the S1, we already know in terms of the reporting entity. And I actually also thought when they talked to reporting entity was already within our Companies Act, we actually talked to group financial statements, we talked to separate financial statements. So I was just wondering in terms of that whole concept, whether we actually gonna be even looking at that concept of a company also producing sustainability reports, or it's only gonna be then the group entities that will be producing those. I think for me, that's one of the key things that we need to actually talk to. And in terms of also the small entities, we know that they are not there yet. And then the standards are actually dealing with the concept of proportionality to make sure that even smaller entities are able to report, whether they are reporting qualitatively or even have quantitative information. And we know that sustainability affects all entities. It's not only affecting big entities. I think for me, that's one of the key challenges and the key things that I think they are actually going to be important, let alone then the capacity for various stakeholders to make sure that as we go towards reporting on sustainable information, that actually we do have the capacity to actually do so, because we need capacity in terms of learning or training or capabilities for companies. And I think that's one of the key challenges that we're going to be facing as a country. And I think we also see it from the FRSC perspective. I think they highlighted the limitations of our Companies Act as well. So there is a long road from our perspective, from the country, to actually travel to get to where we need to be to actually comfortably say we implementing the IFRS S1 and IFRS S2 in our reporting. Thanks, Lee.
Thanks, Cynthia. Is Alex online? Alex, hi, can you hear us? Okay, well, the broad question in terms of our briefing is perspective, challenges, and quick wins. So, Alex, over to you. Let me know when she comes back on. So I have a dual role as host and panelist. So I have a couple of points from my role as panelist. I think that the ISB as a global baseline can work, but it's important that the regulators know it's a global baseline. It's not just ISSB, it has to be with as the global baseline because of SA Inc. and predominantly King 4. We shouldn't go backwards in our reporting. We have always reported on impacts. It's part of King 4, it's part of the integrated reporting framework, it's termed outcomes. And internationally, when you speak to ISB and SSB, they acknowledge, some of the members that I've spoken to, they acknowledge that they don't want South Africa to go backwards in its reporting. So we shouldn't let that happen. We can do that if it's ISSB as the global baseline. That would be ISSB plus. We should position all our reporting as a comprehensive corporate reporting suite, which includes reporting on impacts, which includes GRI. It's comprehensive. It covers everything. And the reminder that investors, they want to see impacts information. Part of that is the beauty of the ESRS. They want to see risks, opportunities, and impacts. They want to see inside out and outside in, because that gives them a much better feel of their long-term value of their investment. And just putting it out there, I was speaking at a conference in Frankfurt and I got in trouble for saying this, but for new, smaller companies, it may well be easier for them to do the IRC framework. So they do the annual report and then they look at what's in the IRC framework before they get onto S2, S1, which is detailed, even proportionality, and that's a great blessing for smaller companies, but it may well be to get them into the thinking of integrated thinking. Why are they doing this? Putting their risks and strategy together, their external factors, seeing what their stakeholders think and how they're responding to it. So just putting it out there. Okay, Alex, you're online. Hi.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'm so sorry to have missed so much of this interesting day. It's been a challenging one for me personally, Western Cape dramas. But I'm very keen to get an update on the discussions. I don't know if anybody wants to pose a question or give me a direction of what to say. Oh, I mean, sorry, I've literally just been able to join.
Okay, I'm not sure if you can hear me, Alex. Hi, it's Lee, welcome. Just each of our panelists has given a 5-minute perspective, their perspective of sustainability reporting in South Africa. How easy is it going to be to move to add on S1 and S2? What are the challenges, your concerns, and are there any quick wins?
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. So I think that this is a very exciting time in reporting, and as somebody who looks at a lot of integrated reports, so perhaps as a bit of background, I wear 2 hats, or a couple of hats, but the 2 relevant ones for here is that I'm one of the adjudicators in EY's integrated reporting, or excellence in integrated reporting, which means that I look at the top 100 listed companies integrated report every year. So, and I've done that since the start of integrated reporting. So I've got a fairly good sense of what's happening in the integrated reporting space. I also am a director of a couple of companies, so I sit on the other side of the fence, and I'm involved in preparing integrated and in some cases sustainability reporting. Why I think that this is such a positive development is because I do think, you know, we've got integrated reporting. It is an investor-focused document that is trying to give enough information for a provider financial capital to make financial or capital allocation decisions. And my challenge in it has been that there's not enough, I don't believe, rigor in the way in which the integrated reports have been prepared. There's a lot of inconsistency from one year to the other as to how they report, what measures they report. It's very often difficult to understand how, when there is a measure, how that measure was determined. And that's why I feel that the concept of having standards that specify what should be disclosed and how it should be measured in terms of a way that everybody does it consistently is very positive. I also wanted to say that the document that the JSE put out last year is, I think, one of the best reports, best documents that I've seen on the history of getting to where we are now. The concept of, you know, difference between impact materiality, financial materiality, double materiality, and so on. And as somebody who sits in an audit committee and as a director of a company, for me, that is such a powerful tool, because for one of the companies, what we've done is we've taken that as an index and we've identified, you know, what we feel is material to us, what we feel is not material, and if it is material, we're then tracking if we've got disclosures or how close we are to getting disclosures. And as a director of a company, that for me is so is such a comfort, because it's helping me get a sense that we're covering as far as we can the risks and opportunities that relate to sustainability in South Africa. The fact that, you know, somebody has gone and identified the key sustainability factors for South Africa is very helpful. I'm just checking that people can hear.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, you know, for me, this is a very positive development. Looking at a slightly broader scale, what I think is such a huge development is the way in which the various reporting requirements have been aligned globally. You know, that they've been aligned along the lines of what is investor focused, that has a financial materiality factor, and what is a broader stakeholder focused, that has an impact materiality factor. And I think that that has helped provide some form of consistency and direction, and I do hope will help people, you know, deal with the huge quantity of different reporting requirements that are out there. So for me, it's a positive thing, and seen in the context of the JSE sustainability guidance that gives the sustainability side on top of the integrated reporting frameworks requirements of investor-focused information, I think it's a hugely positive step forward.
Alex, what is your view? Should the ISSB, if it is the ISSB, mandatory or voluntary?
I think they should be mandatory, because I think that, you know, with a caveat that for certain, you know, not for every company necessarily, but on some form of public interest score or something along those lines. And the reason that I'm saying that is that, you know, I think investors are increasingly making decisions based on sustainability information. And I think it needs to be done in a way that is comparable and, perhaps more importantly, can be assured. And you can only assure information, I'm not an auditor, but my understanding is you can only assure information if it's done in terms of some requirement. You know, it must be in terms of a framework or various standards. So, you know, I do think our integrated reports at the moment, and there are obviously exceptions, I'm talking generally, lack the rigor that they should have. And I think that even just IFRS 1 on its own would be a huge step towards improving the quality of our integrated reports. So yes, I do think they should be mandatory.
Okay, let's hear from our other panelists. Ronelle, mandatory, voluntary?
So I think it's a step in the right direction. We need something that is mandatory for South African Inc. I agree that it needs to be scaled, because not all entities, smaller entities will certainly not have the resources or the capabilities to adopt the whole framework. I think this IFRS sustainability standards is a good start, but I think as we're already disclosing impacts, as I think has been said, through as a result of King, through integrated reporting, we shouldn't say it's only S1 and S2. It should be that plus, I think, and that's what you mentioned also before. It's a good starting point, though. I think if a company is doing absolutely nothing, it's very relatable from a financial reporting perspective. So it's a good start, but it should be that plus.
Cynthia, your view?
I think my perspective is it will really help if it can move towards being mandated. I think currently companies are doing a lot from voluntary perspective and for the benefit of the investors. So we actually looking at the regulatory bodies that were represented here to really see how can we move ourselves towards mandating some of these reporting standards. So I guess the big question would be to what extent and to which entities, like I've started to say, we actually need to actually say what's going to be the universe of those entities that will actually be required if we end up being mandating. So you need to actually have the universe and scale down to say, okay, for which entities are you going to mandate it. I think most of the entities that are already in that space reporting are using sustainability standards. They will benefit from having mandatory standards, because that will make sure that there is then consistency in terms of reporting. I think the other thing that I also wanted to point out in terms of connectedness of the information, because once you mandate these standards, it will actually make sure that when entities are looking at the sustainability standards and reports and their information and financial reporting, they can actually now start to connect the two information, because currently you do see these sustainability standards that's just sitting on their own, and the information might not necessarily link back directly to what they are actually reporting in their financial information. I think for me that will really be key, and we can benefit more when entities start to connect the two. I think integrated thinking, as we pointed out, is actually important, because it also emphasizes that connectedness of information that is actually reported by entities. Thanks.
Yeah. And the whole integrated perspective, which is what the integrated report shows. Alex, I wonder, is there a risk to... Oh, is Alex still there?
I'm there, I'm here, yes, I can hear.
Alex, is there a risk, and if so, like what are the risks if South Africa early adopts and the ISSB and we're just not ready?
Well, you know, the ISSB standards do have quite generous transitional requirements, so I think that is a slightly mitigating factor. But you know, I'm not sure that we don't want to be the first adopter, and we don't want to necessarily be, rush it through. But I think it is definitely something that companies should be working towards. And, the message should be out there that that's where we're going, and perhaps give companies a while to get there. And hopefully those who are further advanced in their reporting will be able to get there quicker.
Thanks very much.
But I do think that, that the message, it would be helpful if the message was that this will be happening and, we work towards it. Yeah. I mean, another way to do it is to bring TCFD as a requirement, which would then, go some way to getting the structure in place and getting the quality of the information, and the companies to get their data gathering capabilities improved. I think the message needs to be out there that we're going to do something that will have to be assured, and it will have to be done with, perhaps over a staggered period.
And just start getting your systems and data collection and your governance in place. We're out of time, so thank you very much to my panelists, Alex Watson. Alex, thanks so much. And thanks to Renelle Fourie and Cynthia Mbili. Thank you.
Great.
Thanks, Lee, in the panel. I think that the connection problems with Alex were sorted out, so we did get the value really of the contribution that she was supposed to be making. So what I'm not going to waste more time. I'm just going to go straight to the next panel. The next panel is going to be discussing the current, the issue of the upstream and the downstream value chain considerations. The panel is going to be chaired by Susan Mangole from the DTI. Can I request her to come forward, the DDG? And then, can we get the panelists to come forward? I think it's First Rand, there's MTN, and there's Sun International.
Okay, they normally say it's a graveyard session after lunch. So I don't know why they call it a graveyard, but I guess it's up to the panelists to actually make sure that you pay attention, as this is actually the most important part of this session. My name is Susan Mangole from the Department of Trade Industry and Competition. The branch is incentive branch dealing with industrial financing. So we are here today. We heard from various speakers why we are here, and I think we got several sort of pointers. Thanks to the research by the JSE, thanks to Dr. Ndidi and some of the participants, we now can see where we are and how to. Now the question, the bigger one, is that what is the impact in terms of the upstream and downstream? Are we going to be early adopters? What will be the impact to the economy? What is the impact if we are not customizing it to South Africa? Because there were various views to say that whereas that internationally they are moving, as South Africa, we need to look at the local context. So I'm going to just, in no particular order, I'm going to start with MTN, because earlier on, we were told that MTN in Nigeria was the first one to raise their hand. Asanda, over to you.
Testing, 1, 2. Thank you so much. I suppose when answering the question around the upstream and downstream considerations, as big business, you ask yourself with the first question around what role would you play? And I think there is an acknowledgement and a recognition that you play a role in, one, influencing the implementation and the adoption across the value chain. You can also play a very key and critical role beyond influence in the driving the implementation through, one, your procurement, etc. And maybe before I sort of tackle the considerations themselves, I suppose for us, or particularly for us as a business, there is a very big recognition, I think, from a board level around we can only manage what we are measuring, and we can only improve on what we have measured. And so measurement is very important. And I think core to our strategy, one of our strategic pillars is creating shared value. And so ANSI, I think, aligned to a lot of the conversations that we had earlier around what's the role of business, what's the role of making sure that you are realizing both business growth alongside social progress. It's exactly there. So we see it particularly on two lenses. There is the one lens around how do you make sure that you are managing your most material impacts, which is critical, which is important, is our compliance leg. There is also the lens around how do you actually manage the value creation pillar of sustainability. And as opposed to perhaps even, I suppose, core or underscoring this lens, we undertook a journey, for example, where we measured the value creation pillar. And recently you'll see a lot of work around what value are we creating, both from a social and also ecological impact perspective, and what value are we what value are we eroding, and being clear and reporting on both those impacts. I think that's the journey that we've undertook recently. I think coming back to our conversation right now on the upstream, one needs to be very clear around what are the different sectors' materiality points, I think, as a consideration. And I think thankfully to Dr. Ndidi's comments earlier on, the use of the likes of Sustainalytics, where you can have at the very least a bird's eye view of what that is, does really help. But to what degree is that important? It then leads me to my second consideration. It becomes important because, to what I mentioned around what roles you play from an influence and also drive of implementation, you then start to ask, what is your climate resilience strategy and what are your most material impacts? If I'm looking at either to talk about my top suppliers, if I'm looking at upstream, is it based on is it my financial contribution there, or is it a blend of who are the most material emitters in the sense of CO2 emission, again, just as an example, whatever that category is. You then start applying that category and say, how do I test to ensure that your climate strategy at a strategy point addresses the material impacts that you're making in the value chain? That's one. You then are enabled to look at those metrics and targets more closely. Again, you're not necessarily going to be a red pen as a big corporate, but at the very least you can be an influence and you can question where you can. And then obviously even through the assurance lens, again, trying to drive a standardized understanding baseline and being, and being confident around, call it your upstream value players, that you are all, realistically and reasonably addressing your material issues. So what are the implications? I think for me, particularly on upstream, you're looking at those. It's understanding that sector materiality, it's understanding, which then informs your ability to test the climate resilience strategies, for you to be able to test and measure targets and assurance, and this is all can be embedded very simply in a procurement process, as an example. Another big consideration whilst you're talking about that is the cost. Do the cost of goods and services flow through to yourself, or is the expectation that you have these requirements without the cost benefit becomes another important consideration. So that flow of cost is important. Maybe let me pause there before I give any perspectives on the downstream. I feel like
okay.
Long-winded.
Thank you so much. Some interesting insight. Sun International, I guess obviously the question would be the same, the implication for the upstream and the downstream, especially for your sector.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Raveshni Maraj. I'm the Group ESG Manager at Sun International. I think just in terms of the journey that we as an organization has gone through the last 7 years or so, from when we started off with sustainability at the organization to where we see ourselves now, there's definitely been a transition in terms of seeing how can we create value within the organization, leveraging ESG itself. We started off purely looking at it, from a social, economic development perspective, from an environmental perspective, from a health and safety perspective. And now we're on the path in terms of how do we look at it across the board, across all departments within the organization itself. I think from an upstream perspective, it's through our procurement and our service providers and the suppliers that we engage with. Being in the sector that we are, we have stringent requirements on ourselves through our gambling licenses in terms of local procurement, and how do we encourage that at all our different properties itself. We're widespread in terms of, from a geographic perspective, some are in where we have rural communities surrounding us, and how do we then offer them those opportunities to be suppliers to us. I can give you the example, everybody knows Sun City, we've got a lot of communities around there. How do we bring them into our value chain in terms of the services that they can offer us? How do we capacitate them? How do we give them the necessary technical skills and expertise to enable them to be long-term suppliers for us? So through our procurement processes, we've actually engaged with some of our SME suppliers to ask them, what are some of the challenges that you are facing in terms of understanding from a sustainability ESG perspective, and how can we as an organization, assist you in that journey in terms of how you leverage sustainability and ESG to better enhance your service offering, not just to us as a customer, but to build your customer base as well. So that's a journey that we're doing with some of our suppliers, specifically focusing on Black women-owned suppliers. That is one of our key focus areas in terms of how do we create those opportunities for them. How do we look at suppliers that we have currently in our database? Encourage them to see, is there an opportunity for you to bring in Black women into your businesses itself? So from an upstream perspective, that's what we look at from, for us, it's from an F&B perspective, it's from laundry, it's from waste management, and we've had good examples within the organizations where we've actually managed to make those transitions in terms of giving opportunities to local companies. As an example, again, at Sun City, we have a Black woman-owned company, local, 2 ladies that have taken over the running of our waste management services, and that's one of our largest properties in our group that generates the most amount of waste. So to give them that opportunity, clearly demonstrates our commitment to supporting that. And then from a downstream perspective, for us, it's our customers. It's the experience that we sell to them, and how do we make sure that we offer them the best experience possible? And that comes through how we leverage the data that we collect from our customers through our customer management process in terms of understanding what are their trends, what are their expectations, what are they looking for from a service delivery perspective. Would they prefer more digital check-in and services that way? And how do we maximize that, and how do we address that through the app that we have to make that more easier for them to access the services that they want? So there's various ways in which we're looking at it, but also it comes back to how do we position ourselves as a responsible company, not just in terms of our social responsibility, but as a responsible gambling company as well, in terms of how do we educate our customers in terms of being responsible itself. I think the other key area for us is the social work that we do within our communities itself. That is also a requirement of us in terms of our gambling licenses, in terms of what we put back into our communities through our socioeconomic development programs. And again, there we look at it from an employment perspective, what opportunities we make available to them, but also how do we uplift the communities themselves in terms of the programs and initiatives that we do. And a big focus for us is to actually not just spend the money, but to identify and assess what is the impact and the value of the work that we are doing with them. So I hope I've, in a nutshell, given you some insights into what we're doing at Sun.
Thank you so much. Going to First Rand, you have actually touched in quite a lot that in terms of what you're doing. So ourselves and First Rand, we're sitting almost in the same sort of group. The question is that what is the impact of sustainability to financiers, the impact also, the cost of that particular adoption, but also you can also share your insight in terms of your upstream and downstream approach to this. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I wasn't going to spend so much time on upstream because my colleagues have covered that. And we do pretty much the same. I think we play a large role in terms of capacity building and raising awareness with SMEs, and also providing funding for them to build their businesses and to build capacity to understand what it is that we are asking them. We build awareness through asking certain questions about ESG and whether they comply. The reason for the awareness drive is that to calculate your greenhouse emissions is not mandatory for companies, smaller companies in South Africa. And so we can't insist in them doing that, but we have started creating awareness. And one of the questions would be that we ask, do you calculate, do you think about your greenhouse emissions? And do you have energy efficiencies? What types of efficiencies do you bring into your production process? But what I'd like to focus on a little bit more is our downstream. So our downstream is the clients that we finance and our investments. And we do take into consideration that the whole sustainability journey takes a lot of money, a lot of capacity, and resources, and we are very cognizant of the fact that some of our smaller, medium, and enterprises don't have the ability or don't have access to those resources. In terms of financed emissions, which is scope 3, which is mentioned this morning, is in our downstream or in our value chain that we have to measure. I think initially, about 10 years ago, when this was first, and I'm very old, I've been in the group for 23 years. About 10 years ago, when there was first mention globally about financial institutions having to account for their clients' emissions, we kicked and screamed like you cannot believe, because we said it's impossible, we cannot possibly influence our clients, we have no control over what they do. To a certain extent, that's still the truth. However, now we have to report on our scope 3 emissions. So a few years ago, when we realized this was inevitable, we kind of joined forces, which we generally do globally, with a group called the Partnership for Carbon Accounting Financials. And it was a group of banks, and they all were struggling with this dilemma of how do we account for our clients' emissions? And so what? What if we know the answer? How do we influence? How do we control? How do we work with our clients to transition to net zero by 2050? Well, we started out by setting that target for ourselves for financed emissions. So we have to get there somehow, which means we have to be at net zero emissions for all the financing in our loans and advantage in our balance sheet, advances in our balance sheet. So this PCAF methodology is a methodology that you use when you're working with a lot of assumptions and approximations and estimations where you don't have real data and that you have to have a figure or a baseline. I think it's been mentioned today a few times that you cannot manage what you cannot measure. So to start, you have to have a baseline that you can depart from. And then what we've discovered in the process of applying the PCAF methodology was that our larger listed companies are already reporting and they already comply with requirements of the CDP and integrated reporting in King 3, which is great because they publicly disclose their information, and therefore we could get access to real information, often externally assured and verified, and they would have a plan of transition already. So we've used that information to get real data. So now we have a mixed bunch of smaller companies where we use estimations and approximations in our PCAF methodology, and larger companies where we have real data. And we're almost there where we can establish a baseline. And that's very exciting work because from there we will know what it is that we need to do over the long term. So we will be setting sectoral budgets for sectors that are in the high emitting series, which we've identified. There's about 8 of these sectors. And we will be working with the clients on their transition pathway to get to net zero. We're in the process of setting interim targets. And if you finance by first round, at some point, you will be asked the question about, do you measure your carbon emissions? Do you have a plan to transition? Do you have a plan to build in efficiencies in your process? And that is how we're influencing our value chain downstream. And I just wanted to add, the better you get at this, the more is expected of you. So we have other stakeholders, which is our funders, and that's development finance institutions, like the World Bank. And, when we say we've got the PCAF methodology, we're measuring this or whatever, or before we finance, we go through an environmental social risk assessment process to decide whether we want to actually be associated with the client in order to mitigate negative impacts on the environment. And then they'll say, okay, this is great, but what about solar products that you're financing where we import the solar product from China and there's talk that they use slaves or human labor or children in the process. That's the supply chain. How do you manage that? And I think that's, or another example is palm oil in the DRC. They use children in their processes. Palm oil in itself is questionable, so how do you manage that supply chain? And we've had to ask ourselves the question, how long is a piece of string? How far do you go? And we're constantly being asked those questions. And I think, so to start out, to protect yourself, be very clear on your scope, where you have influence, where you have operational control, just make sure that you very clearly describe that, and that you select your most material upstream and downstream supply chain or value chain partners, and that you report on those. Obviously, the better we get the further we'll have to eventually report on that. But I think that is how we're managing it. We have very little control over a company in China using children making solar panels. But at least the consciousness is there, and we'll try and find a solution to manage that process and ask more questions. But that is the extent of where we are at the moment. I think this is a very exciting journey. You know, when we started, as I said, we kicked and screamed. We are now far from that point and maturing into a point where we actually have a better insight and a more comprehension and a more comprehensive view of what it is that we are responsible for and where we are using financial flow and financial capital towards a lower carbon economy.
Thank you so much. It's very interesting that First Rand as a funder, they're already like measuring that and encouraging setting targets with the client. So now the question, I think earlier on from SIPSI, is it voluntary or mandatory as we move along, because we can now see that we can't move away from sustainability. It actually will affect us, and we've been doing quite well in terms of reporting. So now the bigger question is, do we take it forward as voluntary or do we make it mandatory? And also maybe I think I'm going to start again with Sun International to say, if now they come back and say we are going to make it voluntary or mandatory, what exactly can work for South Africa? Because from now the team will have to look and take all the inputs to say, how do we move as a country? And what can be the best way to move? If they say voluntary, people, they don't respond. It doesn't encourage. But also mandatory, what are the implications if now they say it's mandatory?
Thank you so much. It's a very interesting question around, do you make it mandatory or do you make it voluntary? I mean, certainly both have its pros and cons. And voluntary perhaps does not also mean that you leave it open-ended. And I think going back to the point around particularly a role of a big business in your procurement, when you start putting it in as a category or as a criteria, you are starting to introduce sustainability being a competitive lever to be able to secure we'll call it procurement contracts, etc. So I think, to humor me, I'm not going to give you a very direct answer. Mandatory really would ensure that there is that aggressive drive and aggressive adoption, certainly. Voluntary, I would also not discount it that much, because you can start introducing elements of competitiveness in the process. If you may allow me, perhaps to also just touch on the downstream element on your initial question. Particularly for an MNO, mobile network operator / technology companies, I think earlier on Dr. Ndidi also touched on the role of technology in the implementation, particularly when you're looking at your CO2 emissions. However, one can also sort of start looking at the opportunities that exist. So admittedly, it is very hard. It is very, you've got a very limited influence and limited control, particularly on customers. But you start looking at technology. Do you bundle technology with a digital measure, for example? Do you bundle a 5G solution with a digital measure of carbon emission? It's opportunities that certainly exist there, particularly around driving that implementation. I'll pause there. Thanks.
Okay, sure. That's an interesting one to say whether it's voluntary or mandatory. I think if I've got to look at it from the journey that we've had at Sun in terms of looking at standards and how we've approached them, I think it's whoever is managing the space, like myself as an example, is how do I make the business case for a specific standard, and what value is that going to bring to the organization? For me, I always bring it back to, am I going to be able to generate revenue for the organization, or am I going to be able to save? And for me, when it comes to these standards, it's also about, you know, educating your executives and your boards in terms of how do you leverage these specific standards to your benefit in terms of the information that you're sharing and how you're being as open and transparent as an organization in terms of what you're doing, to then present to your investors that, yes, I am a good investment for you, you know, to invest in. So, and I mean, the approach we generally take is to look at it, to see what the value is in a specific standard, and how do we then leverage that. So I'm not going to categorically state it should be mandatory, but I mean, as my colleague has mentioned, you know, when you do make something mandatory, you either do it because you're forced to do it or because you want to do it. But then on the flip side, voluntary means that you are setting yourself apart from your peers, whereas you are taking that initiative to actually look at a specific standard and be a leader in that as well. So I suppose it comes down to how you want to be positioning yourself as your organization in your sector or in the country itself, as whether you want to be seen as a leader or as a follower.
Thank you so much. First Rand, I know that you are sitting on the other side. So now you have to satisfy your funders, the developmental financiers. So the question, I'm going to pose it differently to you, still whether mandatory or voluntary, but also to say, will you make it sort of a criteria for your client to get a discounted rate, interest rate, or do you add a sweetener if they now agree to say we are definitely going to report on sustainability? Also the issue of saying, how do you change behavior? Because obviously you have to comply with your funders. You also need to comply with the standards. So if you can take it.
I think you very, very neatly captured exactly the challenge that we've been facing for a few years now. There's value in both voluntary and mandatory. Voluntary, business has been leading the sustainability journey for a very long time. We've joined forces with other large businesses, and as SA Inc., we've moved a lot of boundaries. So that was great. Sometimes to a disadvantage. If you were going first in your industry, then you may have been at a competitive disadvantage because people just would take their business somewhere else where it was less PT to get through the process. But I think that landscape has changed significantly. I'm personally all for mandatory. I like the idea. I think after all my life's work, it's very satisfying to see that this could be a mandatory reporting standard, because I do think that it's really important to move the needle. We need a huge amount of capital to make a difference. And it's not just about making a profit for the organization, but also adding social value to the organization, which we've heard at the beginning and throughout the whole day. So, I mean, we've been moved because we're a multinational company. We've been moved by investors for quite some time now, as well as through our funders, to take this very seriously. And we're really now in the process of transferring it to our clients. And yes, there's definitely a benefit, as I said earlier, to our clients. There's a pricing benefit if you have a good standing in terms of how you perform with your sustainability reporting. The opposite's also true. If you refuse to transition and to change, you will either not be financed or you will be negatively priced. So there's definitely that incentive, and I think that's exactly what is intended with the instruction to the financial sector to move financial flows and capital to a low carbon economy. I think it's the only way that it could work.
Thank you so much. So now you know if you're you're looking for investment with First Rand, if you're not complying with sustainability, you're going to be negatively affected. So that's the reason why you're paying more, a higher interest. I think it's very interesting because obviously where we are sitting now is that we also trying to accommodate everybody to say where to from here. We want to either see whether we can be the early adopters. We also want to check the implication. earlier on, the JSE, Tanya, did touch on the cost and the cost implication. But also, one of the things that we need to also look at is the cost to the economy, to say how much will it cost us if we're not complying, and what benefits are we going to get if we are now complying with the sustainability standards. So I'm going to now go around in terms of your parting sort of statement to the policymakers, to the working group, especially coming from your perspective to say how they should actually approach this. It will take us some time to be able to get where we are, but we have to move. The truth is that we have to move. What advice can you then provide to the team that will be complying and that will be writing the documents? What is it that you want to see inside the documents that will actually localize and put everything into South African perspective?
Thank you. I think a very key consideration, you touched on it, is one, the cost of not reporting, the cost of not proactively managing, the cost of going back, of doubling down, really, economically and also to the environment. And I mean, one needs to not belabor the point, but we can see, for example, the climate-related impacts in our continent. And I think just one, reflecting on that cost of not doing it is important. I think two, it's then also looking at the benefits, the value creation, once you start managing accurately, what opportunities start in terms of, what opportunities exist in terms of looking at, and I'm going to talk particularly on S2, the climate space, opportunities that exist to facilitate green businesses in the economy, green jobs, etc. So you start looking at that positive outlook. And I think the conversation today is anchored very correctly so on one, how do you continuously facilitate and ensure that South Africa's ease of doing business, attractiveness for investors is enhanced. So I think those three are quite important. The different role players, I think, is a very key consideration. The role of regulators, the role of ourselves as big business, one as the drivers of implementation, what levers exists, how could you, even if you are looking at mandatory or voluntary, ensure that you are starting to call it facilitate the competitiveness within the space, I think will be good. So a couple of considerations there, but I think if I were to bucket it in short, that benefits component, appreciating the cost of not doing it, and then also the different role players in making sure that there's successful adoption. And our adoption, I think 100% for early adoption, it can be gradual, but perhaps staggering what that gradual means and looks like will be important. Thank you.
I would just like to add, so I'm excited that our regulators are at this point where they are considering. Maybe just a request, we know from experience that if you're a pioneer, it's difficult to start out because the challenges are, lack of data, lack of methodology, lack of know-how. But as you progress and as you grow and learn, it becomes more feasible. I think for companies starting out now, the PCAF methodology is already there, and the technology is there. We've learned a lot. There's a lot more data available, so the challenges aren't as huge as they were. But it's taken us a long time. So my plea to the regulators is make it mandatory, but please provide us with a honeymoon period. Because even, especially companies just starting out, just don't forget that the report is the end result. It's like ticking the box at the end of the journey. There's an immense amount of work that needs to go into the company, into strategy, into governance, into risk management, and into setting targets and objectives before you even get to the point where you can make a disclosure that is really meaningful. And it takes a lot of time. It's not something that can be rushed. So I really ask on behalf of smaller companies and ourselves that we work together. It's not an us and them kind of situation, but that we try and get this done over a period of time and not to delay it too long, but that we eventually put out reports that actually has real value.
Okay, I think both my colleagues have pretty much covered it, but I think it's just, like you said, just structured guidance in terms of, what would be expected, from a small, medium, or a large organization in terms of what you would need to report on. And I think also in terms of the metrics, to my colleague on the left, in terms of from a social perspective here in South Africa, we're very much different to some of the other countries itself in terms of what our challenges are and what we should be looking at monitoring and measuring in terms of impact as well, specifically from a social perspective, because inequality in our country is very much different if you look at some of the other countries itself where the standard would be applied. So I think for me that would be my input in terms of what we should be looking at. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the panel. The message is very clear to the drafters and the policy makers. If you make it mandatory, create a space for businesses to be able to adapt, then also awareness, because obviously for the small business, it's actually a new area that they need to learn. Some of the big businesses are doing it already, but then they still need to actually prepare. So the key thing is that do create that awareness, consult. So as you draft, do talk to them so that then it doesn't become a strange document that they have to implement. And then I guess the key thing now is that where do you start? Do you start with the big or do you start with the small enterprises? But it looks like you will have to start, but gradually taking everybody along. Thank you so much to my panelists. If we can give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan, with your panel. I think that you captured on a few things, including the cost of financing. The example by First Rand, I think that was very interesting because those are some of the approaches that companies may choose to take. Once we have the sustainability reporting in place, and lack thereof may indicate some problems if you don't want to comply with them. So I think that it's better to comply rather than not. But once you make it too optional, you must know that you're not going to get the compliance that you want because it is optional after all. So I think that it was quite an interesting one that we engaged with. Where we are now, we should be doing concluding remarks. The concluding remarks will be done by Belinda.
So I'd like to start off by thanking all of you for attending this very fruitful and stimulating sustainability reporting conference. I'm sure that we can all agree it's been incredibly informative and engaging, and that we've all gained valuable insights to take back to our various organizations. Throughout the day, we have explored the importance of sustainability reporting in driving positive change and creating a more sustainable future for not only our generation, but generations to come. I'd like to express my gratitude to our esteemed speakers and panelists who generously shared their expertise and experiences. Your insights have truly enriched our discussions and provided us all with a deeper understanding of what is required in implementing sustainability reporting. I'd like to extend my appreciation to you, Advocate Rory Fuller, and the SIPC for making this event possible. And also to Lungile, thank you for directing the day and all the insights you shared with us. Finally, I want to thank all of you, the attendees, for your active participation and engagement. Your thoughtful questions and contributions have made this conference a truly collaborative and dynamic experience. Thank you once again for your participation, and I look forward to seeing you all back here tomorrow. Could I please ask the panel's 6 panelists, could you please meet Jamil Aesop outside that back door at the back there? He just wants to align with you for tomorrow's panel. Thank you very much, everyone.
I'm sure we're already standing up to go. I think the session is closed. Thanks a lot for today. We should be back here tomorrow by 8:30. Ne? Yeah. By 8:30 for 9 o'clock, yes. All right. Thank you. There will be coffee in the morning, so you can dedicate the 30 minutes for coffee in the morning whilst we are catching up for on today. Yeah. Thank you.